on that.
All right, I think we're live. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. How are you doing, Brother Islam?
Alhamdulillah ala kulli hal. Alhamdulillah. كيف حالك حبيبي?
Alhamdulillah. That's good. You're learning your Arabic, mashallah.
قليلا.
Are you doing any courses on Arabic?
I have a wonderful Arabic teacher, but I just haven't had
Mashallah.
much time for it because of other things at the moment. But inshallah, I'll pick up on it soon.
Inshallah, yeah. And it's an amazing language, and especially given that learning Arabic, especially to learn the Quran, it just makes that little piece an ibadah.
Yeah,
Right.
I feel torn because I spend so much time, reading about the maths, the physics, and stuff like that, and catching up and revising stuff, which is all beneficial knowledge in its own way, but none of it's comparable to the benefits of being able to read Quran in original language and all this sort of stuff. So, but the thing is, if I were to focus on other stuff, I'd have to drop the dawah. And
here's something
there's a reason Allah spent gave me 20 years of studying and getting to know all this stuff. There has to be a good reason for it, so it doesn't make sense to throw it all out.
No, definitely. Like there's definitely a benefit in this this as well. Not discounting any of the study of the natural world, as you might say, right? But one of the things that I remember, one of my Arabic teacher, mashallah, he moved down south to the US, and I had to discontinue my language. But then I never got the time to set myself again up for Arabic study. But he used to say that once you've learned Arabic as a language, there's so much work done by Muslim scholars and teachers, scientists, and so many people that becomes available to you that it's a completely different world, right? And
for
beautiful
sure.
world.
Not just about the Islamic sciences specifically, but also if you look for there's a few books by Ibn Sina and a few other books, but if you look at the geometers and the algebraists, there's only a few books that are translated into English, and then you're relying on really one or two translators that are around. There's a few more translated into French, I think, thanks to the Moroccans. But there's a whole world gets opened up in terms of studying the history of the ideas of geometry and maths and algebra and so on, that is just still not available in the English language, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. That's how much disregard has been sort of paid to it. I'd love to one day get access to the Vatican libraries and see just how many Arabic manuscripts were used to lay the foundations of what they,
I mean, that's definitely that's definitely one place we would like to sort of reclaim all the language, all the books, and all the history that is being hidden.
But it's key to understanding the narrative, because the narrative that the European approach is somehow superior is baked into having seen this explosion of sciences in Europe. But if you look at Newton's Principia being one of the key foundations of that, all the ideas in it are all just a restatement of the ideas that are in the in previous Arabic literature. And some of which again was already carried on from the Greeks, some of which was new. So for example, the concept of male, in contrast to Aristotle, which the church took on, Ibn Sina said no, motion is this thing which he defined as the mass times the velocity, and from that, basically that plus geometry, you can map out all the motions of things, which is exactly the foundation of Newton's laws. If you just take momentum exists, and then apply differential equations, which is his fluxions, which in turn is just describing geometry in terms of motion, which is already, how the Arabs did stuff. Geometry was only static in the European world before then. Then all of this Newton's laws was effectively just a restatement of what was already known, just approached in a very different way. But because
Yeah,
the technology growth is exponential, or should be exponential, then obviously when the Europeans sort of took over, they appear to just be super fast at developing technologies compared to previous generations. But that's just an artifact of the exponential nature of growth of technologies.
it is, and it's also important to remember that the Europeans were going around the world murdering and pillaging people. They were amassing wealth at an exponential rate, and that also allowed them to dive into this research and development that happened. Right, so
Well,
science
it's
on a
more than
progress.
that, because what they did was it wasn't just material wealth, it was also the intellectual wealth. So what they'd do is they would go and destroy somewhere because they sort of put all their stats on warfare, basically, and then they would pillage all the knowledge they could from all the learning houses and stuff, and then they would just decimate, burn, and get rid of everything else, so that they didn't so the other civilization didn't have anything left. Napoleon
Yeah,
was particularly bad at this, as an example, in North Africa.
you
And
know,
so that's where the advantage comes from. It's nothing to do with the intellectual superiority of their position. It's
that's
due to
true. And
holding down the opposition.
there's a statistic that is very telling. If people look at the world GDP growth for the world GDP for different nations, kingdoms of the world, about 400, 500 years back, you would actually find that almost 50 plus percent of the world GDP was between two nations,
Mm,
India and China.
mm.
30, 25 to 30% between these nations individually, right? When the British came, took over these, colonized these two places, and then left them, right? This 50% that they had went down to about 5 to 10% only. It just shows how much of an impact the British rule, the colonialism had, right? And this is what we see. Economics is an indicator, yes, but it's not necessarily the only indicator of progress. It also does not show you what the reasons for the lack of progress might be. Because
Yeah. I mean, they've been kept under constant warfare and suppression ever
warfare,
since
yes,
then. But I mean, it's interesting to know how much problem people have with the jizya tax, and then you look at the colonial tax level of like 90% plus.
exactly. I
It's
mean,
and without
what
that,
about
there's no way you'd have this
Western
European technological stability.
Western
Superiority.
African nations that were under French colonial rule? They still have to pay 50% of their resources as tax to the French colonizers. Okay,
Yeah.
and Traore, who's just recently, I think he's a leader. I'm forgetting which country he's the leader of, but when he's pushing back against that, the resources are of the people. They shouldn't go to these Western powers, right?
Yeah,
There's
but Western powers call that communism and then use that to attack
exactly,
them, or
exactly.
something else.
But at the same time, right, it just shows how much they've controlled the narrative. They've
Mm.
brainwashed the people. People who come up and they claim that you're safe, you don't feel safe in Muslim countries. You don't feel safe, yeah, because of Islamic law, Islamic rule, right? They have no understanding of their own what happens in their own countries, what happens in their own lands, what
Well,
happens
yeah,
on
and the lives other people have to live in order to sustain their comfort. Their comfort isn't, is at the expense of other people's. It's not because
yes,
of their
exactly,
own.
exactly,
Brilliance.
exactly. I mean, the very fact that there's talks of a new war starting. For what reason? It's unbelievable that it's taken as so lightly, is still by the average person in the West. You're not affected because you basically outsourced this war to completely. It's
Well, that's how it
tragic.
works. That's why for the last few hundred years, I mean,
Yeah.
say for the so-called world wars, or the European where the Europeans actually sort of got involved and got hurt themselves, and that's why they're called world wars. But say from those, they've been pretty safe, and they're able to continue growing while other people don't. And then once after Second World War and the Cold War, they figured out how to profiteer off the military-industrial complex. That was it,
Let's talk about this. Before we
one?
start our stream, let's hear your thoughts on this. You've already told me, but it will be interesting to share it with our viewers.
Is the most extraordinary scientific mind.
There is no contest. Isaac Newton. Nobody comes close.
Explain what?
He, working alone, discovers the laws of motion. Then he discovers the law of gravity, universal law of gravitation. And then someone asked Ike, or I don't know what they call him, Ike, why do your planets orbit in this shape, ellipses, rather than perfect circle? They said, I don't know, I'll get back to you. And he goes home and he comes back, I finally have my answer. And they said, well, Isaac, how did you do that? Well, I had to invent integral and differential calculus to answer that question. He then discovers the laws of optics, deducing that white light is composed of colors, because you could take those same colors, recombine them, and get white light, which freaked out artists of the day. He does all of this. Then he turns 26.
Who do you think is the...
Yeah,
What do you think?
So there's no doubt that Newton was intelligent, right? Regarding him as this great man or almost singularity of genius is really an artifact of the way the story's been told. I mean, like I said before, male is the central concept from which the rest of it, obviously derives. In terms of what they called integral and differential calculus, well, Newton was actually working on something called fluxions, and there is a narrative that fluxions are the same as the integral and differential calculus, which is simply untrue. There was the Leibniz version of things, which is purely based on polynomials and algebra, and then taking limits of polynomials. And Newton's version was very much geometrical. And this whole thing about limits used to be called the method of exhaustion. Even Archimedes used it, let alone the Arabs using it, right? So all of the ingredients you're talking about, lines being generated by the motion of a point, there being a constant motion which you can mark points on and call that an algebra. Let me get this right. Name slipped my mind. It's not algebraic. It's a regular space series where it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so on. And then you have the geometric series, which is everything in constant ratios to each other. So these kind of series were known as well. The idea that you can chop up a parabola into lots of little pieces and then figure out its area. It's well known from the Greeks. Apollonius had a method of that, what's his name? Pappus. I think did quite a lot of work with that, which is how he ended up developing projective geometry. So all of this stuff was in there. Now Newton's quote unquote differential calculus really relied on this thing, which was his binomial theorem. And again, that's just about multiplying out. If you have two things in a bracket and you multiply it out, what do you get? Wasn't really his either. It had been used prior to him by Napier to develop logarithmic tables, and logarithmic tables themselves were developed to find ways of easier calculating the trigonometric ratios and so on that were used in navigation. And that all in turn was inherited from the Arabs, who had safeguarded it and worked on it significantly from the ancient the ancient Greeks. The Indians even had this and so on, and the Babylonians even had sign tables, right? So all of this stuff, really, what Newton did do, which was brilliant, was to bring it all together and explain it all in a method. That's really the key thing. He didn't invent this stuff. That's what gets me.
That's for the English-speaking world.
Exactly. He brought it
everyone.
brought it in. So he consolidated these things into a teachable method, which is really what Euclid did, with geometry and his book on geometry, which became like the gold standard for learning maths, for the last for 2,000 plus years, 2,500 years. And so yes, he was brilliant, but he didn't invent all this stuff. And saying he's working alone, it's like, well, in a sense, he was a bit of a loner, but I mean, he was Lucasian Chair of Mathematics at Cambridge, right? Not for all of this time, granted, but even prior to that, he had great connections in amongst all the mathematical circles. He was speaking to and learning from all the best at the time, Barrow and so on. So the idea that this just came out of nowhere and was the point of singular genius is just total fantasy that is unfortunately spread by people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but also it's how things are taught. Like when you learn physics, an important pedagogical tool is the history, right? To really understand the stuff, you have to understand the history of how it's developed. But there's no time and space in a degree course to actually teach the history. So they teach such a compressed version that it's essentially a folkloric fairy tale, and none of it is taught accurate enough. But a lie told often enough becomes a truth. So,
so here's a question: what would you give Neil deGrasse Tyson on history? Does he pass or does he fail? Given what he just said,
depends what the pass mark is. I mean, if getting 10% of the answers correct is a pass, then maybe.
Let's just say
Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a historian, right? He's an astrophysicist, and it's what it is it's very much like when somebody becomes a brilliant actor and they get whatever awards actors get, Oscars, I think one of them. I'm not very popular culturally. All of a sudden, their opinion on all sorts of stuff is taken really seriously, and they get a big say on stuff. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is very much like that because he is obviously good at astronomy, and he's also a good communicator. But I think I've said a few times before, there's a big problem with popular science in that you have to take the true concepts and misrepresent them by some analogy. And so the question is only how much is lost. You can't, accurately convey the concepts. And he doesn't seem to much care whether or not the truth is lost. It's as long as something gets communicated and people say, yeah, that was brilliant, I feel like I've learned something, I feel good, or whatever, then he keeps going with it. But I mean, as a historian, you wouldn't. It would be ridiculous to take anything he says.
So do you think
research history? It's not.
Do you think he should teach history of physics, science, or anything like that?
No, not in the slightest. Not in the slightest.
Okay.
Not.
And do you think he should even talk about
capacity whatsoever? Well, this is the thing.
He should even talk about that because this is remember this
astrophysics.
no, yes, that's true. But given that he has that following, the people give weight to what he says. Him going around and speaking all of this nonsense, do you think it is doing more good or more harm?
Oh, I mean, I think it does lots of harm, or at least no good. At the very best, it does no good. I think one of the problems is, he gets treated as much because the subject gets viewed as, oh, he's talking about physics or talking about maths and that stuff he knows about.
Yeah.
It's like, well, yeah, but the history of something isn't the same thing as being able to do the calculations or, having experience in this or that kind of area. I mean, I think he's got a knack for, communicating with people. And so I think if he actually went and studied the history and actually went and studied, how this stuff worked and came together, then he would be a good person to teach it. But the prerequisite is actually studying it, which evidently he hasn't. I mean, I don't think he's so intellectually dishonest that he's studied it and then just misrepresents it willfully. I think he just, but the thing is, it's not necessarily his fault, right? Because imagine you're in a situation where you and all your peers and everyone in your circles and bubbles and even you look on Wikipedia, it backs up a lot of this stuff because everything comes from the same inner circle bubble.
Yeah.
It's he doesn't know it's wrong, and nobody does. Nobody feels the need to go check it. It's good enough for its purposes, which is a pedagogical tool to teach physics. Very few people who study physics, like me, go and get the original books. I've got downstairs two books on algebra from Saunders, who was the successor in the Lucasian chair to Newton. And I've got his book on fluxions as well. So, really sort of close to the original source, as well as obviously translations of Principia. But you can't just take a translation of Principia that was done 200 years prior, where people are looking at this stuff as being what it was decided to be in the 19th century and then projecting that back over history. You need to actually get the original books and go through them. And if you're going to do a PhD on the interior of stars, you are not going to be able to do that research in history. You got to pick one or the other. And so, that's sort of where we're at. It's just part of the problem comes back to the way Western knowledge system works is to break everything apart into separate different areas of expertise, and then just hope or assume that it's all going to come together consistently when needed, and not worry about the fact that the combined conceptual framework doesn't actually run in any one individual's brains. Generalists are regarded as being useless, jack of all trades, master of none. They're looked down upon. And yet it was in the era where you had people who had the classic Renaissance man who knew art and literature and poetry, as well as mathematics and astronomy and physics and all this kind of stuff. That's when you had real sort of development of things, because people had holistic pictures in their minds.
And this is one of the fundamental differences between the Muslim or the Islamic thought processes and the Islamic golden age with the Western one, right? You have people like Al-Ghazali and Ibn Sina, and we have
all polymaths, all of the great scholars are polymaths. All of them.
I mean, they've written books on so many things. I mean, Newton, in one way, he was a polymath because he wrote a lot more on theology than he did on.
Right. And this is one of the reasons he was so successful. He was one of the few that carried on the actual Islamic tradition. And this is the thing. This is it's like he was playing chess and he realized that the people before were playing chess, and whereas everyone else had just seen the chessboard and just ignored that a knight was different from a queen, was different from a pawn, and treated it like a game of checkers. And Newton was like, oh, hang on a minute, no, there is something to this. It looks like a game of chess. And then he sort of showed everyone, no, look, actually it's chess. And everyone going, wow, this is amazing. And suddenly, it came to life as being this amazingly more valuable, interesting game.
But that was the norm,
analogy,
right? That was the norm for the Muslims in the Golden Age, because that's
right.
what everybody was doing.
And one of the reasons it's really key is the notion of truth itself, right? Truth requires consistency, and you can't compartmentalize knowledge and say, well, I've got consistency within here without worrying about consistency with everything else. And when you need to have consistency with Quran and Sunnah, which is holistic in its approach to all of life, then you can't like cherry pick bits and say, I'm going to ignore everything else and just make things self-consistent within this domain. It wouldn't have been regarded as being, legitimate knowledge. I think this is absolutely key, because the notion of truth itself got compromised in order to develop, the Western approach to philosophy and thinking, as we saw, it's very clear how many philosophers start to think that truth is relative in some way or another. And the clear misunderstandings about what truth is in classical logic versus in actual reality,
Yeah. All right. I think let's start. We've got about 20 people now. So people are joining us. And today we're actually going to have a look at, we plan to do some reactions on some streams. What I found last week is that there's a lot of atheists who invite theists over to have a conversation. And we're just going to go over some of these conversations to, or maybe just pick up one of them and sort of talk about the tactics that are being used and why there's really very little substance in having these conversations with the atheists on their channel. And we plan to do that today. So let me bring those up. Let's
I think
bring
the asymmetry in the playing field is really key here. So they set up the playing field so that they have nothing to attack, and they're in attack, and they claim things that are this or that is true, but they don't have any requirement for consistency in their notion of truth because they're using the word wrong. I'm sure we'll see this. In fact, I've seen the first hour of this guy's thing, and it was painful.
I think this is pretty telling because it started off as with the first discussion, there were so many things at the start that make it so lopsided in how things were being presented, right? So let's have a look. Now, first thing first, we're going to go through this as much as we can, and let me actually make sure to play it at 1.25. I hope that's not too fast. Okay, so
might as well play it at normal speed, otherwise it's horrible to listen to.
Let's see. If it's too bad, I'm gonna slow it down. So first of all, the premise that is being presented here: your God is imaginary, right? The claim is being made by the atheist. All right, and who is it who's being asked to provide evidence? Prove me wrong. So what's the problem here? Now, number one, let's see if he actually presents why he considers God as imaginary, right? And by the way, interestingly, I want to get your opinion on this because I was thinking about this idea that your God is imaginary, right? When you compare this to saying your God is not real, how would you actually take those two premises? Because
so I think your God is imaginary is at least a clearer stance, because he's saying it exists in some metaphysical sense perhaps, or some abstract sense, but it doesn't actually comport to reality, whereas not real is a negative definition, and you have to go into what reality is, and then you have to go into the difference between your epistemology and ontology and how this stuff maps in, and it becomes a bit messy. So it's got that going for it at least. But the thing is, it's also obviously a claim. He says your God is imaginary. Where's the evidence for his claim? There is none. But this is the thing: he doesn't feel the need to assert any. He can just make a claim and say, "Prove me wrong," and that there is nothing really behind it. It's just a constant ability to move goalposts anywhere. Whereas if he set forth an actual formal argument that had legs, and crucially wasn't my concept of your God is imaginary, but your God as you believe it, is imaginary. This is another sort of sleight of hand that's in there, because you'll see later, for example, he spends quite a long time attacking this doctor as having a different concept of God from the one in the Bible. Well, if you're going to do an internal critique of someone's position, as it says, your God, you have to attack his position on what God is. But he doesn't. He attacks his own notion. So what he should really change that to is my concept of your God is imaginary, to which I would agree. I would just say, yeah, your concept is imaginary. It's made up. It doesn't map to monotheism. I won't prove you wrong. I'll say you're correct. But when he says your God is imaginary, it's upon him to, one, provide an argument, but two, to show that the thing he argued for does actually map to this other person's God. And
So do you think that this is a very dishonest way of placing the argument? Anyone who's stepping into the ring is already at the defensive position, and there's
well, I
very
mean,
little.
I wouldn't go as far as to say it's dishonest. I mean, that would be hypocritical when we have the stream that says, "Why do you deny the truth?" Right? Because there is a certain element which you have to recognize there is an antagonism. We have fundamental disagreements, and so I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. The problem is the sleight of hand, where it says one thing, "Your God," right, and prove me wrong. It's like, well, it would only be legitimate if he actually put forth a position which maps to that person's God and backs up his truth claim with evidence, and at that point there's something to talk about. But it's the fact that those things are missing which make it illegitimate or a sleight of hand, not the title itself.
So let's take a scenario: somebody who worships Sachin Tendulkar. And we have a lot of people in India who worship other human beings. If somebody like that comes up and says, "You know what? I worship Sachin Tendulkar. He's God for me, and he's not imaginary, right? He's a real person." How do you think that comes out? This sort of an argument comes out for that individual, because in that particular case, definitely the one he's worshipping, the one he's calling as God, isn't imaginary. It's a real person.
Kind of.
And we can get.
I don't think they actually they justify worshipping the person, but that's not the same as elevating that person to God in the creator God concept or whatever. It relies upon the concept where everyone is God. For example, there was a guy that I was talking to on Dawawise a few weeks ago, who likened it to playing life on God mode by declaring yourself a god and treating yourself like a god. And obviously the very notion of what God is completely different. And this again comes back to, if you don't define terms, you're just talking past each other and it's nonsense. Exactly. And this is why the fact that it says your God is imaginary is important. And for it to hold and to make sense as a debate, he would have to absorb and show he understands the concept of God that his interlocutor is holding and putting forward.
Yeah. All right. Let's actually continue. I've actually skipped over to where this discussion started. Let's see.
Dr. McAllister. Well, we can almost hear you. One second. All right, try to. For those who don't know Dr. Derek is a professor of philosophy, and he's come to have a conversation with us heathens today. And Derek, we appreciate you spending some time with us. And
yeah, of course.
I think you kind of already know the shtick. You've seen my channel before, which is, you're on the theist side of things, and I'm on the I don't believe side of things. So right. I will start with the typical question, which is, what would be the best evidence or argument for your particular God being real?
Yeah, sure. So can
we just sit there for a second?
So he starts with this. Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to pause here because this is how he starts. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah. I hear you.
Okay. So I was just saying that he starts off by making this statement that let me actually go back because I actually give me one
side of things. So right. I will start with the typical question, which is, what would be the best evidence or argument for your particular God being real?
Okay, so asking the theist, what is the best evidence for your God being real? Now, this is where things are interesting because he's the one who's made the claim, right? As we were just talking about this, he's the one who's made the claim that your God is imaginary, but the theist is on the line to provide the evidence. And I feel that just doesn't
exactly like we called out in the beginning. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's made the truth claim, but he's not, and he's saying prove me wrong, but he hasn't provided evidence for it. And so this is the sleight of hand that works on the trick. So one thing you notice also, he said the theist side of things. Now, I really dislike this dichotomy because the way atheists like to argue is against theists in general, and for them it doesn't matter about the particular concept of God. They just they're attacking a straw man in every instance, and all they do is sort of allow that straw man to change slightly so they can try and pin it on a theist. So every straw man has built-in contradictions. And then what they're trying to do is morph it so that it looks near enough that it fits the theist's God, so that the theist, for the sake of the conversation or for whatever reason, will say, okay, we'll run with that. Then boom, they get to pin the straw man on them and start punching it and make it look like they're taking on that person. But if you look at, Surah Al-Ikhlas, line 4, there are none others like him. It's already a category error to treat Allah like any box of gods that you could have, and so it immediately falls down. Although this is an issue for other sort of variants, but
112 verse 4. When you read that, would you agree with me saying that God cannot be imagined, so he cannot be imaginary?
That's an interesting perspective. Cannot be imagined and therefore cannot be imaginary.
Yeah,
I
if
think
you're looking at
the definitions of those things. I think according to normal definitions, imaginary means something that you come up with in your head. So if that God was a totality, a total concept, fully formed, then it would be imaginary. And none others like him would mean that you couldn't imagine it, in which case it would not be imaginary. But it's kind of a technicality because you could have a notion. It is interesting, but you could have because there's the declarative notion where I'm declaring properties and I can imagine each of those properties, but that doesn't mean I can imagine the thing that is consequent, which actually satisfies all those properties in totality. Yeah. So it's an interesting one.
It's an interesting one, yeah.
Yeah. But it's interesting, again, he dives straight in. What would be the best evidence or argument for your particular God being real, rather than, for example, if he had even a shred of intellectual honesty, his first question would be, define your particular God. Right?
Yeah.
But because he jumped straight into, you already know that there is not one shred of intellectual honesty involved, and that he doesn't care what his particular definition is. As far as he's concerned, all theism falls to the same thing and all has the same problem. But this guy, he has studied biblical theology, so he has that. But and again, he says best evidence or argument for your particular God being real. That's already a bit of a dig, isn't it? Because there's you can have different perspectives on the one God, some of which are right or wrong, but it doesn't change it being the one God. Whereas he's already begging the question and putting in that these are all different gods, right? Rather than different perspectives on the same God. And so it's already sort of makes my skin crawl just how much nastiness really is baked into that one very innocent looking question. And this is what they do time and again is put forward something that sounds or looks reasonable, but actually embeds basically a minefield of explosives for the conversation, and then they just try and manipulate the guy to walk across the mines. So yeah.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah, sure. So can I ask a preliminary question just before we get into that? Because I know once we get into that, it'll kind of get left behind. So could I ask why you want to know?
Because I think believing things that are true is a good thing to do.
Okay, so is it a matter of, just to get clear here, you're trying to find out if God exists, and if he exists, you're on board with it, you would believe, or is it just maybe merely educational? It's like, well, I just want to kind of lay out these answers out there for everybody to see. It doesn't matter to me either one. I just kind of want to know where we're starting from.
Well, I want to believe whatever is true, right? Now, it just so happens to be I don't see any good reason to believe that God is real. But if there was a good reason to believe so, I certainly would. Now, when it comes to like the formal versions of God, like the God described in the Quran or the Bible, different things like that, I don't think there's any redeeming those particular God concepts. But if there's another God concept,
Indeed, this is so telling how he's jumped into it right there. Like the
I don't think
idea
any
that
redeeming those particular concepts. Wow. Yeah. And again, he says he lumps them together, those particular concepts, as we identify from Ali Glass. Well, if he understood the Islamic concept, he would know that statement in itself is illegitimate.
yeah.
Right? Because you can't just lump them all together. Like, to do so is already taking a straw man position so far as Tawhid is concerned. And also this thing. Here's what's going to be interesting: is he never actually defines, I don't think, what it means for something to be true or how you evaluate whether or not something's true. But he thinks it's good to believe in things that are true. Now we're going to see later, because the bits I remember about his claims on cosmology and what the scientific viewpoints are and so on. This thing about believing what's true and evaluating truth flies out the window.
Yeah.
So mark that one.
Here's an interesting thing. The very fact that he's talking about there's no redeeming those concepts. He's making a value judgment. He's making a moral judgment on those concepts. He's not making a logical conclusion.
It could
that
be. I mean, he probably means no redeeming because various things like moral objection and so on. But he could mean logical redemption. So he could, for example, think that omnipotence and omniscience are fundamentally self-defeating concepts, and therefore they can't be logically redeemed. That could be what he means by that. It doesn't necessarily imply it's a moral judgment.
It's then why do you use the word redeem? Because there is definitely something subconscious happening.
I think there is. I think it's a bit of a tell, but
Exactly.
it is possible that he means redeeming in terms of specifying them in a logically cogent or consistent way.
Yeah, let's see. Let's move ahead. Hear what else he has to say.
Concept that can be proven. I'd certainly be open to it.
Sure. Yeah. So to answer your question, I'm Catholic. I'm a Catholic convert, actually. It took me a while to get there, but I've only been Catholic for about 6 years now. Raised Christian, more or less my whole life. I had a period where I was an atheist, so I'm quite familiar with the thinking that goes into that. And I was convinced that God didn't exist for a while. But so if you were asking me my reasons, I think the best evidence for believing in God is the cosmological argument and the original initial event of the Big Bang.
Okay, so Kalam.
Well, not necessarily the Kalam version, but I prefer the 5 ways. I take them all as Aquinas' 5 ways, which originally are actually Aristotle's. So I think it's significant that even a so-called pagan believed that there was some divine creator beginning to the universe.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so Aquinas, another giant as far as the Western philosophy is concerned. Someone who's attributed with a lot of things, which he was not necessarily the original thinker of, but definitely he did bring a lot to the Christian thinking sphere, right?
I think go back to our starting conversation. I would say he was like a Newton of Christian theology.
Exactly. I would totally agree on that because everything that we said about Newton pretty much holds true for Aquinas as well.
Well, but just to carefully note, though, the version of history as I told it, that would be the analogy. But the version where he just came up with these concepts that were brand new and spread them throughout the world, that would not be an analogy for Aquinas. Yeah.
So interestingly, 5 points that they're talking about, because I don't think they go into it. I'm just going to bring them up and we'll just go over that very quickly. Right?
Yeah,
but we can continue this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, the pagans believed in a god or multiple gods. I think when the way we say pagan today has a different meaning than what people might have meant a long time ago. But that being said, go ahead then. If that's the argument you want to start with, I guess start it any way you want to, whether you want to explain it or whether you want to give premises.
Yeah, well, so I have done videos on this. You're welcome to go look at my channel on it. Anybody's welcome there in my lives. I did a full 1 and 2 version of, I kind of split it into the 5 ways, 1 through 3 and 4 through 5. So you can welcome to go see them if you really want to do a deep dive. But basically the idea is It had to have come from somewhere, the initial event. And I think most scientists, and I'm not sure about most philosophers because they're kind of wonky sometimes, but most scientists believe in the Big Bang. Last I checked, the statistics on that are about 99.9% of scientists believe in the Big Bang. It's just like what might be before, whether there are multiverses, whether there's a big crunch coming after that or a big freeze. So in other words, they put qualifications on what you mean by the Big Bang, but most believe in a Big Bang, sort of some initial event. Now, based on what I've seen with you before, you seem to think that the universe is eternal. Now, do you think that I don't know. So I don't believe that, obviously. I think that there had to be some initial event.
Why?
And I wonder what makes you believe that. So I think because an infinite regress is impossible.
Why?
Because if an infinite regress exists, then it had to have had a cause.
No, it's an infinite chain of causes.
So when it comes to the universe existence, right, it's either going to be, okay, the reason for the universe existing is just there is no reason. Another answer would be, okay, it has a reason for its existence, but it's within itself. And then the third, of course, the Christian response would line up with this one. It has a reason for its existence, but that reason is external to the universe. So I go with the third, but which one of those are you going with?
Well, I don't believe the universe has a reason, but I also don't think that we have any reason to believe that it had an initial moment either.
Just quick pause that one a second. There's so much to unpack that the universe has a reason. I mean, so that one was a horrible sleight of hand, because obviously they're talking philosophically, and by reason they're talking about what is the explanation for something, and then he switches to reason as in a teleological purpose, right? And so this is just so intellectually dishonest, and it's brazen, deflective defense mechanism. Wow. So yeah, I don't believe the universe has a reason. If he means that teleologically, okay, but also irrelevant and not appropriate to respond to what the doctor just said. But if he meant it as a legitimate response to what the doctor just said, then he's also discounted himself entirely from the conversation. Because if he doesn't believe there's any way to rationally explain everything in this, or to have a consistent framework, then he's simply booted himself from the conversation. If you noticed just before I said why and then why, it's like a child asking why, and yeah, imagining you can get an infinite regress of whys, I guess.
It's such a dishonest way of having a discussion. This is not a discussion anymore. This is basically you just like the why. There's no limit to what you can ask about for why. Like you can continue with the why thing. You know how the child, it's almost impossible sometimes to explain to a child that why something needs to be done. And at a point, as a parent, as in certain situations, you would have to say, okay, you have to do this because I'm saying so. And that's it. There's no why to that.
Well,
right?
Yeah,
because
I think the issue here is again goes back to this: your God is imaginary. If he's not even allowed to lay down premise one, it's like you need to be able to lay your premises and the definitions involved in those premises, and then the conclusion. Otherwise, having a discussion as to whether or not it's valid, doesn't make any sense, or whether or not it's valid or sound, doesn't make any sense, because this sort of what it ultimately boils down to is, well, I don't accept your premise in the first place. Okay, cool, but you asked what his argument or his position is. He hasn't laid it out yet, and you're already attacking it. Because I think that gets interesting, because he says it's just an infinite chain of causes. Now think about that, right? He also thinks of cause as being temporal over time, which is something he clarifies later. But he doesn't assess himself as to whether there's any consistency in that, because while he's busy focusing on, I don't need there to be an initial domino, using the analogy they use later. It's like, well, hang on a minute. If you think of cause of temporal, and you think there's an infinite chain behind you, then everything has already happened. Everything. there is no possibility for any new thing to happen. So you've actually already reached a stasis, in a sense, where at best you can only be looping on a predefined track. You've thrown out free will, you know, and every notion of that, which is very difficult for an atheist to hold as a position, and have any point to what they're doing. Again, this starts to wreak havoc with this notion of possible worlds and everything else. You know, you can't just casually say, yeah, infinite time, infinite system of causes. Literally, it means everything's already happened. And it means there's also this problem of, well, if there is this infinite past of stuff, you can't actually just then arbitrarily select some portion of it. There's a whole bunch of mathematical machinery which then pigeonholes you in certain types of logic, whereby you can take some subset of infinity. But you know, this is like the notion of taking a portion of the real line, but a lot of it is an artifact, you know, and in the proper sense, you can't take a portion or a segment of reality, of infinity, because you know, infinity is one whole thing that's essentially immutable. So there's a lot to go in. I know that's not a watertight position I just laid down. There's a lot to go into in it, but for me, he doesn't seem to even comprehend how much of a problem he's just made for himself. Neither does he seem to think he's going to have to contend with it. He's just saying could be this, and if he ever got defeated on that point, he would just pivot without changing his beliefs or reassessing.
Exactly, that is extremely true. Now, this is a very interesting question, Curious Muslim. This is a very interesting take to this. Wouldn't a day of judgment have happened in a sense in that case?
Yep. Including the end of the universe. Yeah, absolutely. Everything's already happened, including the end of the universe.
Everything. Because if you're talking about a scale of infinity, one of the things which brother...
just to clarify that, if the universe can end, then it must have already ended.
Yeah. But then the question becomes, how can the universe not end, right? Given that it's limited, right? It had a beginning, or it came from a cause. So
but this is careful, because this is what he's refuting. So he's saying, as opposed to there being an initial cause, he's saying it just is an infinite chain of causes. And I don't think he recognizes that in itself, then that infinite set becomes a necessary being. So he still doesn't evade the necessity argument. He just doesn't recognize that he's taken the causal chain as being a god.
So
but this comes back to a lack of understanding of the definition of what a god is, or what ilah is, or what worship is.
Yeah, exactly. One of the big reasons why this is so counterintuitive, that is because, number one, it does not conform to what we see. Because at any given point in time, if we're looking back at the cause of us getting here, we're basically saying that there's an infinite number of events that had to be traversed for us to get to this point. Right now, which basically means infinity basically means it's an unending chain. Now we're saying for us to be here, this is one way of looking at it. I know there's counter arguments to this, and Brother Islam would probably explain this more on how they may think of this. But for us to be here, for this series of events to end in my existence, this endless series has to come to an end. Right? When we say that there are infinite causes before I actually come into existence, an endless series of events have to end for me to come to this position that I am in today.
Yeah, you've come from infinity, and this is the thing, though. Note, when you've broken things apart into events, you've already gone from ontology to epistemology, right? Which is our mental processing of stuff involves breaking apart reality into these compartments. And the notion of events then means that you can associate a natural number with each one, as in they can be labeled, they can be ordered, right? And so you already sort of bake into it these problems, because natural numbers are not sufficient to talk about all the different sort of modes and types of infinity that are out there. So, you know, are you familiar with Zeno's paradox?
Remind me.
So Zeno's paradox is that, you know, if an arrow is flying towards its target, then, you know, you can always stop it at some point and say, well, it's got halfway left. But if you can always say it's got halfway left, then it can never reach its target, but an arrow reaches its target. So it's a question about
the potential infinity.
What motion is, and
the
so
potential infinity. Yes,
exactly, potential infinity versus this completed one. So you know, if you mentally split things apart into a bunch of you know, sequence of events and stuff, then again, it's this question. All he's doing is sort of, you know, shifting. So the universe is an eternal thing. It's pantheism, and then he's just shifting it, as in redefining it in terms of events. You know, to taking this whole and splitting up into a bunch of parts. But then he's also sort of tacitly relying on this limits and calculus of limits by which meaning to these infinite sequences can be given. But he's not using it in a way that would be legitimate under the you know, calculus, because you can't come from infinitely far away and then get here. But at the same time, like, if you want to define the potential energy that something has in a gravitational field or Newtonian potential theory gravitational field or an electric field, then you do take the if I brought this from infinity to this position, which is r away from the charge, how much potential would it have? You know, it's so, but that's not the notion of an infinite chain of courses, and it doesn't actually mean you know, coming from infinitely far away. It's an idealization, and so this idealization exists in his imagination, which is the bitter irony here, right? But it can't actually exist in an ontological reality. So you know, there's a lot of projection going on. His concept of what could be is imaginary, and it can't actually apply in an actual reality. But I'll wait for the rest of it until we go later, because he shoots himself in the foot and the face and the leg everywhere later on. And I want to get to that bit.
Let's see.
But sorry, just one thing. The point you made about you know, it doesn't conform to what we see is a really good point, right? Because he's supposed to be a naturalist. He's supposed to be you know, deriving reality from what we see. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, you know what, I'm just going to special plead infinite chain because I feel like it, because that allows me to avoid the concept of a creator. But the reason he's avoiding the concept of a creator is precisely because of you know, this naturalist argument perspective. So deeply hypocritical.
That's actually actually, before we move on, because they do talk about infinite regress for a while, I just want to know, what is, in your opinion, the best, the most compelling reason why infinite regress does not make any sense, or in reality, why would you deny that infinite regress can exist in reality?
So the type of causal infinite regress they're talking about, where it's temporal causal, I would just say it essentially analytically breaks down, and you end up in the two camps that I said before, which is one where you're saying, oh, well, yeah, everything that can happen has already happened, which means it's impossible for the universe to end, which means the universe will never end, which means it's just always going along on some orbit of possibilities that it always has done and always will be, and somehow magically I'm you know, distinguished in some sub portion of this infinite thing, even though you shouldn't be able to portion infinite things without a bunch of other logical harnesses and so on and so forth. So you end up in that whole quagmire, you know, or you say there's no infinite temporal regress. But you know, the infinite regress, if you're talking about regress in terms of sustenance, what sustains what, or what needs to exist in order for something else to happen, that going back infinity to infinity becomes, I don't think it's possible to make that sound, and that's why I think people like Graham Oppy, who in contrast to this guy actually understands the ontological or the cosmological arguments, says yes, there has to be a necessary being. yeah, and this is one of the funny things. It's not much to concede, you know. It's because this is the thing. Even if you have an infinite regress of stuff, and even if you didn't use not just a temporal one, but even if you said there's infinite, you know, regress of dependency, still that whole then becomes necessary. It's like in the infinite past. If everything's already happened, then nothing else could happen. So it could not be any other way. It's necessary. So he's already saying, "Oh, there's no need for a necessary being," but he's described a necessary being. He just doesn't realize it.
Because he's saying that by that's his explanation of why it is there, right? So it's by necessity, it has to be how it is for it to be there. All right.
Well, if he said by necessity, he'd have more legs to stand on. But he's trying to avoid that.
But he's avoiding it completely. Yes. Okay, let's go.
You don't believe in the Big Bang?
No, I do. I think you fundamentally misunderstand what the Big Bang is. The Big Bang is not saying that the universe once didn't exist and then it poofed into existence. In fact, a recent study has been done on this, a recent survey has been done on this, and discovered that the majority of cosmologists and physicists agree with that sentiment, that the Big Bang was not necessarily the start of all things. It's just how we got to where we're at today.
Okay, the problem I have with this particular statement is that, number one, it's a survey. It's not providing evidence. It's providing opinion. Okay. Now, even if the majority agrees that is the case, that is not necessarily the truth. It's just a majority opinion right now. And as we know with science, the advancement in science happens when someone actually comes out with something which goes against what the majority opinion is. Every time, like when Einstein came out with his laws, with his general relativity, that was not popular with the people initially. That did not that actually went against established science. So to bring out something like this as evidence, do you think it holds any weight whatsoever in this argument? So
just be careful, because what's he claiming? He's claiming that the professor fundamentally misunderstands what the Big Bang is. And to be fair, I would agree. I don't think the professor does quite understand what the Big Bang is, but I don't think this chap, what's his name?
Not sure. Just the deconstruction guy.
Okay, but I don't think the deconstruction guy particularly understands what the Big Bang is either. And part of the evidence of that is the fact that he went to a survey. You know, they've already accepted argument from authority as being legitimate. I mean, what's the point in them having a discussion if they're just going to parrot various perspectives of you know, supposed authorities? You go to authorities to learn and understand the arguments and the data, and then you know, incorporate those into your own views, and that makes it a legitimate discussion. But the fact that he's just, you know, going to, and both of them made this mistake, appeal to authority, and even worse, to popular opinion of authorities, is just, they might as well both give up at that point. Now, what the Big Bang, really what it's saying is, you know, we have the Hubble constant, the apparent expansion of the universe, there's several different kind of data points for that. The implication being that it came from, you know, some small hot dense thing. At some point it was some small hot dense thing. However, the resolution to the Big Bang is actually there was an inflation period, or the most common resolution is that there was an inflationary period before the actual hot dense period, which was anything but hot and dense. It was very, very well ordered, and a very low entropy state with negative pressure, not high positive pressure. So it's better to think of the Big Bang as being a basket of different observations which rule out certain ideas about the history of our universe. So, you know, the Einstein originally actually put in the cosmological constant in order to preserve an infinite static universe. The very kind of infinite universe that he's appealing to is one that the atheists used to like, and that the scientific consensus used to be before the Big Bang. And Einstein put in a cosmological constant originally to preserve this idea of a static universe. And so the data then that came back was, well, it can't be a static universe. It's dynamic in some sense, and what we currently know is it's come from that if you were to look further back in time, which is what you're supposed to be doing with telescopes, as you look at more and more distant objects, then you can see that the various evidence for the relative expansion rate, like the shifting of hydrogen spectra and so on. So yeah, anyway, we could go on about this all day, but I suspect more stuff will keep coming up. But the Big Bang it's true that the Big Bang isn't something that says the universe did not exist and then came into existence via this thing. And any theory of it has serious problems, because as you go back towards that supposed singularity, the relevant theories break down anyway. And not only do they break down in terms of their own internal consistency, and they're consistent with one another, but they also break down in terms of having a reasonable amount of related experimental data.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here's a question: when we talk about the Big Bang, right? There's a common man's understanding, and there's the understanding that most physicists would have. What would you say is the best way that you would describe what the observations are and what the theory is for us to basically grasp the concept of what the observations really tell us?
Well, this is interesting. The only actual observations, so actual factual observations, are points of light at various different angular displacements in the sky, separated from each other by times. That's all of the actual facts. There is no fact at all other than the fact that certain light of certain frequency arrived in certain detectors at certain times while telescopes were pointed at various points in the sky. So, but you will continually, people refer to various other derived facts as also being facts, but those derivations all depend on theory. And this is important because the factual observations, it does not appear that you're able to account for them, other than to say that the stuff you're observing is in some expanding space-time. When I say in some expanding space-time, you'll be very careful there, because it's not like space-time itself doesn't really exist without matter and events happening between matter. But yeah, essentially if you can use the observations in order to infer something about distances between us and galaxies at all, then, by those theories, it's expanding, which means it's not static. And then they say, well, since it's expanding, it must have been doing the, if we were to wind back the clock, we would be contracting. And so, we just extrapolate from our, let's say,
current position.
It's not even 100 years out of 13 billion, right? Which is such a tiny fraction, or 13.5 billion.
It's not even a blip. It's not even a blip.
So we have this tiny slither in which there appears to be an expansion, and we're looking back and saying, well, if this expansion were to be wound back all the way, then we would arrive at this sort of singularity position. Now, of course, although we're only looking at this slither, remember what I said about telescopes looking a long distance can be thought of in relativity as essentially time machines, because you're looking at light that's from an event that's a long time ago relative to your position, relative to your notion of time. It's not just that we have this slice, but if we make inferences from this slice, and we make inferences based on this theory of relativity, which involves general covariance and stuff like that, then things add up and it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense that that's originally stuff was all very close together, and that stuff then all separated out. That's really what it is. That's the Big Bang. But it's not like an
So
explosion.
that's
So one thing to clarify, I think, is
yeah.
a lot of people think of it as like an explosion, like a giant nuclear bomb or something like that. But an explosion, it would be like you go from some center and then the stuff expands into some pre-existing space. But that's not the case with relativity. I mean, space and time itself is growing, at the same along with the matter expanding,
Yeah.
and so it's more like an explosion everywhere.
Expansion, essentially, that's what it is. It is,
Yeah.
I guess, but for the layman, I would say this just comes down to semantics. I would say that, because for them, the picture that they sort of have in their mind is pretty much that of an explosion. The expansion is exponential at the start. That's how they explain it, right? And then it continues until galaxies start forming and so on. But the idea that we're talking about an explosion, the understanding of that term may not align fully with what we're trying to explain. Is that essentially this?
Yeah, so from a layman perspective, if you're not going to go too deep into stuff, fine, you can think of it as this explosion of stuff that from the beginning. But then you think, well, how does an explosion then end up with all this really nicely ordered stuff? Right.
Yes.
And then, but the problem is more in your concept of it coming from an explosion than other things. And then if you think about if you're going to say, okay, let's accept explosion in the layman's sense for now, well, that could be fine, but it also could be really problematic when you're getting into arguments about the creator being external from its creation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you come about what are laws and where are physical laws or anything like that,
All right.
Okay, so what came before the Big Bang then?
I mean, you tell me. No one really knows. Like, we don't have the tools to investigate what form or what shape the universe was in prior to the Big Bang, but there's a couple different models for it. There's cosmic inflation, there's quantum foam, and then there's the Big Bang Big Crunch theory. My particular opinion is that the Big Bang Big Crunch theory is the most not the most credible, but I think it makes the most sense.
The Big Bang Big Crunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to add anything for this particular one on how this played out?
It makes me laugh because he picks a minority opinion, having made a big thing before about what the majority of physicists think. He then just decides to take a minority opinion. It just, is there any order to the cherry picking? I don't know. One of the reasons he likes the Big Bang Big Crunch, I guess, is because in your mind, if everything's an infinite chain of causes, it oscillating like that, for expanding a crunch, yeah, cool. It's just easy for him to remember I said before, like the only way to make infinity work is with some oscillatory predetermined thing that sort of carries on forever, in which case it's either static or it's oscillating, right? And since it's not static, it must be oscillating, in which case this is going to make more sense to him. But this is funny because the Big Bang Big Crunch is fundamentally irreconcilable with the cosmic inflation theory, which is the majority position and the one that meets up with the matches up with the data best. There's almost no data that matches up with Big Bang Big Crunch at all. So how does his epistemology work? Like, he's supposed to be someone who arrives at conclusions based on data and evidence and stuff, and then just goes out on a limb and says, well, I just quite like Big Bang and Big Crunch, which is it's nuts. And the thing is, he goes on to cite Sean Carroll and a paper he wrote. But this is one of the things, is someone writing a paper to show that maybe it's plausible that one day we'll have the maths worked out, and once we've got this maths worked out, if it turns out to be possible to work out the maths, then we might be able to come up with some observations that might mean that the theory is eventually testable or falsifiable.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as this chap's concerned, as soon as someone as prestigious as Sean Carroll has written about it in a way that sounds like it's a possibility, that's it. It's as good as any other possibility.
Yeah.
nuts.
I can base my beliefs on this.
Yeah, yeah. It's like he wouldn't accept that from anyone else. You know, he would only accept it from atheists. He wouldn't accept it from any
Yeah.
theists.
I always say this about atheism, that it stems from ignorance. It stems from arrogance and ignorance, right? It stems from ignorance, and it is a lot of arrogance, essentially. Basically, it's arrogance coming from ignorance. That's what it is. And this is what we're saying. He basically claimed ignorance on the matter when he was asked a question, yet he's responding as if he holds the truth. And he's holding the other person on account. Why is it that you believe in something? I don't have truth for what I believe in. Why are you even believing in something? I mean, that's
we'll see when we get later. He spends a long period of time, you know, attacking this guy's notion of God as being different from the God in the Bible, and attacking and part of doing that is attacking the church fathers, in the sense that the church fathers didn't have a consistent opinion. They had different views, different perspectives. They didn't have one whole consolidated, unified, you know, view. And so he uses that as an attack and says, well, you know, therefore this stuff isn't legitimate, basically. Whereas when it comes to, you know, his church fathers of, you know, cosmology, he totally accepts that situation where there's all these different kind of irreconcilable different perspectives on the evidence.
Yeah, and if you were to ask him the question, and if you were to ask him the question, are you basing your beliefs on scientific evidence or testimonial evidence? He would immediately say, "It's all scientific," when he's not done any tests to verify what has been said by these people is true, or whether it the data is supporting it or data is not supporting it.
Yeah, a big problem with popular science, and also just the edifice of how this stuff works. You know, the fact that people take the title and abstract of a paper, and you know, they'll just search for one that backs up what they want, and you know, then sort of go and move on with it. Is that then they're not even genuinely taking testimony, because if you have actual testimony evidence, right, in a court, for example, the guy's got to turn up in court. You've got to cross-examine them. Right, you can't actually just take, you know, what this guy said as being let's put it this way: there has to have been a whole bunch of dialogue that's gone on between a bunch of people, and all of that sort of be recorded and well known, in order for you to really know that you're understanding that person's testimony. Like if you just have a testimony that's been given in isolation, you don't really know much about how that guy thinks or uses words or expresses concepts, then that testimony has less and less meaning. And that's really the problem I have with this guy, is that his contact with the sciences that form the foundation of his beliefs appears to be very, very low. He does say later that he sometimes streams with a PhD in physics, just more qualifications than I've got in physics. Well, I can't imagine, you know, how his friend has allowed him to continue making so many blunders, or you know, whether he's just so generous with him, or whether this PhD is in something completely irrelevant. But yeah, it's an interesting one. He goes on testimony, but it's not even a proper testimony. It goes on an abstract or an extract from that. Like he hasn't gone through Sean Carroll's papers and you know, checked if the maths works, or if the way the maths is being used implies that his understanding of it is right or wrong, or maps onto it or not. Yeah,
exactly. And
we'll see this brutally later. I can't wait to get to the point that literally I was just laughing, falling off my chair, laughing. Okay. He's been going through this position, and then later says something that just annihilates himself without even realizing it.
We've done just 7 minutes, I believe. Right?
Oh, wow.
I'll let it play out. So let's see how the discussion goes.
Okay. That's where we had a bang, and it's likely to sort of reverse and go back into a crunch, and perhaps do the same thing over and over.
Yeah, an infinite number of times.
Okay. So I looked up that as well, and cosmologists, this is not necessarily a fringe theory, but it's not a dominant theory. not very many cosmologists. And,
well, there's no dominant theory.
The dominant theory would just be the Big Bang, which
well, the Big Bang doesn't posit before the Big Bang. The Big Bang doesn't make a claim as to what came before it.
Yeah, no. So in its current form, it is quiet about that. Sort of has a sort of agnostic view about what came before, if anything came before. And so these, like I was saying, these qualifications or these add-ons. But this certain qualification, one with the Big Bang and then the Big Crunch, just is not one that's widely held.
Well, I would disagree. Where did you get that number from? Because I stream every Sunday with an actual physicist, a PhD physicist, who disagrees with that vehemently.
Okay.
Okay, this is so telling that he's actually bringing up a physicist, just
the whole
throwing everything.
Authority. I won't take too much of a digression on it, but literally, there's no substance. Like you can't just run everything on a fallacy, and everything is just being run on a fallacy right there.
I mean, if one physicist agrees with him,
for clarity, oh yeah, that's it. For him, one physicist agreeing with him as a mate, that's enough. Whereas on the other side, he wouldn't accept that at all. And just for this thing of dominant theory of the Big Bang, I mean, this gets confused a lot. So inflationary theory is the dominant theory by which the Big Bang is interpreted and understood, and so there's a bit of a mixture of terminology there. When the professor is talking about Big Bang dominant theory, really he means the inflationary cosmology, which is that everything came from an initial starting point or starting field.
All right.
I mean, I'd love to talk to him. I mean, I'm open to learning about this. But it's my understanding that that's not a very dominant model. First of all, because you would need for it to slow down. It's not showing any signs of slowing down.
It is
expansion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
if it were,
the acceleration rate, according to latest DESI data, is that the acceleration is decreasing with every measurement.
So if it is slowing down, which I think.
Let's stop this guy. This is great. According to the latest DESI data, now DESI uses, one of the key things he uses, these sort of what's called baryon acoustic oscillations, right? So there's this, what he thinks of as an observation is something that already embeds tons of theory. The BAOs themselves are basically derived from the theory of cosmic inflation in the first place, right? So he's using data that comes from that. Now, in a totally naive way, you could think, oh, well, the acceleration is slowing down, so at some point it'll stop and come back. But no, the expansion rate, like there's a few concepts that need to be understood. One of them is the expansion rate, but the other is whether the universe is open, flat, or closed. And our best measurements are that it's practically flat, even while it's expanding. So in order for it to crunch, it has to be closed. So he's already taking a position that is pretty, well against the data, although, it's possible that somewhere near the top of the error bars, it could be sort of closed. But the idea that, it's slowing down, so at some point it should crunch and come back is just, it's ludicrously naive, because you can still slow down and slow down forever, and never quite get to a rate where it can come back in, or by the time it's slowed down enough, then the amount of gravitational field between everything isn't enough to bring it together, let alone dealing with dark energy and how does that stuff work. We don't even know. So making the inferences he makes from this is just, it's diabolical. But the thing is, what he's doing is presenting himself as if he understands this stuff well and has studied it well, and it's beating. Yes, it's a show of confidence, and he's beating this other guy with the supposed facts. It's absolute garbage. But it made me laugh when he's relying on DESI data, and he's like, the inferences are that it's the expansion is slowing down. It's like, well, that is not observation, as he claimed. That is under a whole bunch of theoretical assumptions. The theoretical assumptions
the DESI data
are the theoretical assumptions of which are pretty firmly bound in the inflationary theory that he denies. Because if you have a Big Bang, Big Crunch, this is important because the infinite Big Bang, Big Crunch he talks about, if you have a big crunch, you have a massive positive pressure. But inflation, the reason we have inflationary theory is because there's no way to make it work from an initial big positive pressure. Inflationary theory works by having a huge negative pressure, and there's no way to get that negative pressure from a big crunch. So he just doesn't realize how much he's flying in the face of other stuff that he'll pick up and use later. Anyway.
So what is this DESI data that he mentioned and that you're talking about?
I forget the name of the acronym, but basically it's a satellite that's been doing this really good job of making really fine observations of there's the BAOs I mentioned, baron acoustic oscillations, that give this sort of standard ruler, if the theory associated with it is correct, by which you can look at how much something has expanded. So you see these basically big rings, and you can figure out how far away they are, and then by the amount they're expanded, you can say, oh well, so it expanded so much that long ago, and it expanded this much in a more recent time, which we're picking up on a closer to us by telescopes. But it also uses type 1 supernovae data, because type 1 supernovae, you can pretty accurately know the amount of light they give out, and therefore from the amount of light you detect, you can pretty accurately know how far away they are.
So to keep it simple for most of us who wouldn't understand a lot of this jargon, right? It's the data that we've been collecting about the astronomical observations from all the different satellites, whether on Earth or in space. Is that a correct assumption? More or less. I mean,
not on Earth. I think it specifically uses the satellites, dark energy spectroscopic instrumentation, because it's all about studying the expansion. And let me just check the. Oh no! Wait, no! Hang on a minute. No.
Because we have a lot of arrays.
So it's using the 4-meter telescope at Kitt Peak National Observatory. So it is a terrestrial telescope.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I in my mind I thought there was a satellite telescope that was being used for it, but no, that's wrong. So it's a terrestrial telescope.
Because I know there are quite a lot of terrestrial arrays that are set up in some of the places, like in Australia, in Canada, and other places where there's very little artificial light that gets in the way to capture that data, right? So that's also part of it. But that's interesting. So this is what it is for our audiences, just so everybody becomes aware of this. And what he is positioning here, for me, one of the big questions is, right, you need to explain to me why, when if it is a big crunch, why it would actually start expanding. And if it is an expansion, why would it start a big crunch? Because the more you expand, the gravity becomes weaker as objects move further and further away from each other, right? So how are you actually positioning that there will be a big crunch? Because there needs to be
this is it. If the universe were closed, so observations meant that it didn't look flat but it looked closed, and that was combined with in fact, in that case, measuring the acceleration at the moment wouldn't really matter. As long as it's closed, it means eventually it would crunch back in. And so you can say, okay, well, it will crunch, and then you have this really high pressure environment, and then it would just blow out just like it did the first time, according to Big Bang.
When you say closed, what do you mean by closed? Because I just want to make sure we're doing this right.
Basically, so you have space and time as one sort of big manifold, and closed basically means that it's got a surface like a if you take time slices, so take any one kind of slice, then the 3 manifold, which is basically space, would be closed up on itself, much like a balloon or any other kind of convex surface. Technically, a convex surface is one where the line between 2 points is inside the surface still. And when it's flat, you can think of like a normal flat sheet or flat space where it's there's no curvature in any direction. And then when it's open is when the curvature is means that the shape is not convex. It doesn't close up on itself. It's just going to keep I think the curvature has to be negative when it's open as well. So no, that's not quite true. But if you think of it, there's 3 different kind of curvature shapes that you can see. There's the ones that sort of close up on themselves, there's flat, and then there's the ones that sort of just keep opening up, like a
so basically, the closed one is where we're talking about the oscillating universe, that it goes from big crunch to big
It would have to be closed, yeah. And then you get to this big crunch. And now this is the thing: is the whole reason for this inflationary theory, right? Is that the idea that it was just hot and dense and just blew out from that with no inflationary stuff before it, there would be no reason for the inflationary theory if you could actually make that fit observations.
Yeah.
Right. We've not been able to make it fit observations. It flies in the face of a lot of observations and a lot of other stuff that we know or think we know about the way baryonic matter behaves when it's really hot and dense. So it has a huge job in front of it. So taking this, it makes sense to me that it could just crunch and expand. It's like, well, what do you have to throw away from standard cosmology, standard astronomical results, the standard way they're interpreted in order to hold that view? A lot of these views about the big crunch, they require rewriting gravity. They require a whole new theory of quantum gravity, which could rewrite the way we understand all of the other observations, right? Because all of the other observations are built on a particular theoretical foundation. We could find there's no reason for dark energy, or that dark energy is an apparition of our bad theory of gravity, and it doesn't really work like we think it works at scales.
No, that's true. Okay, let's continue. It's just so frustrating when, kudos to Dr. Derek to keep his cool so far, but with the kind of fallacies that are being presented here, and the manner in which they're being presented, with the arrogance which they're being presented, I would have lost it by now. I wouldn't have been able to continue this.
I may well have been, but I mean, he hasn't even got to the bit as much as he's already shot himself almost everywhere. He hasn't shot himself in the head yet, and that's still coming.
Okay,
I want to at least get to that bit before I go pray.
I think that it is. It has no signs of that reversing. That's just sort of this hypothetical speculation that we suppose will happen, but there's no evidence that it will.
Gravity is the evidence.
This gravity is the evidence.
We've already spoken about the gravity is the evidence. This is the problem with layman understandings. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah,
we went through that.
I think that gravity will somehow make everything come back into one point.
Because that's how gravity works.
Gravity holds planets in orbit around there.
Gravity
stars around certain things with mass, but they don't.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be the central point of the universe that would be the thing with, infinite, almost infinite, but a really infinitesimal, sorry, I used that word wrong. So a really large, let's say, mass enough to swallow the universe back up into itself.
It's not being swallowed into a mass. It's forming a mass.
Sorry, what did you say?
Just none of it works like this. The whole thing there, that's how gravity works. It falls back in no, gravity according to general relativity, it could go into an entropic death. It could never close up on itself. It could close up on itself. It depends on whether it's open, closed, or flat, and other kind of conditions. It depends on dark energy and what the other chap's saying about there has to be some central mass that's pulling everything in. No, you've just got two people.
Not fully understanding.
Think they have that they should be discussing things based on these concepts. Is there a distance at which gravitational force would be too small to exist? Not. It's kind of the wrong question. What you look at is gravitational force, as you think of it, really is a matter of how much curvature there is in the space-time manifold, and manifold just it's a way to refer to the space-time thing. And so when you get to a large enough distance, any curvature there is kind of already been dominated by some other kind of source. And so to say that some of the curvature comes from something over on the other side of the galaxy wouldn't make sense. Like you could technically try and say that everything that has mass has some gravitational consequence, so slightly affects the curvature, but then you'd be saying that a proton in a star that's half a universe away has a gravitational effect on us, and that's not really meaningful. So on the one hand, you would not want to claim there is such a distance. What you do is you have this thing called your stress energy tensor, which is like, this is all the stuff, and then you calculate your gravitational field, or you calculate all the curvature that comes out as a result of that. You don't really attribute individual bits to individual pieces or portions. And it's interesting actually as a point, because to do that you need to have a linear system of equations, and general relativity very famously is not a linear system of equations. And linearity means that we can talk about the whole or the parts using the same function. We can function of all these bits added up is the same as taking a function of all these independent bits and adding all that stuff up. And so this is the method of decomposition into wholes and parts, which we use everywhere else in physics. We just can't use it in general relativity, which is incidentally why the two are difficult to unify in the first place. And so because of that, you can't really say the curvature over here is specifically due to that thing there. You have to take the whole picture in.
All right. I'm actually going to bring this up as well. How would you respond to a few people who say the God of the universe is the quantity? Okay, we'll actually respond to that. I'll make note of this.
Make note of it, and we'll respond to it later. I'm going to have to pray Maghrib very soon.
Okay. Let's continue.
That's when it collapses.
Right. Yeah, I mean, because if you get far enough away from a planet, you're no longer in its orbit.
Yeah.
So this point, let's say the initial point, not chronologically speaking, but in spatial terms, if you get far enough outside that thing's orbit, then it just wouldn't have any impact on it anymore, especially if it's accelerating and it's decelerating. So we're to suppose that somehow it's going to, I can understand the reasoning, because it's like throwing a ball into the air, but that's when you have an enormous mass, the Earth, with enormous force of gravity, and you're throwing this really tiny ball up in the air. Of course it's going to come back down. But why think that the universe is like that? What would be the central point that is so?
Because we have mathematical models that predict it. So Sean Carroll has already done the work on this. He's published on it.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm not familiar with that. Now, I don't buy this. There's a lot of reasons to be skeptical about this, I think. But I think we can even go further, right? So like, if this model is true, this supposes an infinite regress. And I just don't think an infinite regress is possible. But I think in principle it's not possible.
Why not?
I think it's mathematically possible, but I don't think it's physically possible.
But why not?
Because we don't ever see that in reality. We've never seen it before.
So Dr. McAllister, I'll let you know, I have the infinite regress argument at least once a week. Everybody who doesn't like this theory is positive that infinite regresses aren't possible. Not one of them can tell me why. So if the only argument is, well, infinite regresses aren't possible because I don't like them, that's not a good argument.
That's not the argument I'm making.
Okay, so how would you address this if this question was being raised to you?
Well, I think I already, addressed it before. Which kind of regress are you talking about? If it's a temporal regress, then you end up in one set of problems where you have to have something like this Big Bang Big Crunch, or conformal cyclic cosmology would be better.
I know you've actually addressed this fully, and I don't want to go into the single, but just
quickly though, the thing is, it doesn't solve it, because that whatever is the thing, or you think there's infinite regress, even in that case, and even if you say there's nothing else except the thing that is in this infinite regress, that itself becomes a necessary thing, whether you name it or not, because it couldn't be any other way. And if you want to say, it's a brute contingency that was there forever, you at that point you've thrown all the definitions out the window to start with, but also you've appealed to the sort of method of last resort in order to try and do that. It's just a mess. It's not that it's not possible to believe. It's possible to believe all sorts of absolutely batshit stuff. If someone wants to take a position, they can hold that, to their death. If they want to, they could take a position that that the Queen of England never really existed. Some people hold the position that royal families are lizard people, and they can take that to their grave, and you can never convince them otherwise. Yeah, it's possible to do these things, and in that sense, it's possible to hold this position of there can be an infinite regress without a necessary being. but you just have to blow up everything that you're going to end up relying on elsewhere. It's not possible to hold it consistently and consistent with the kind of principles you have where things come from observations. Like you never observe an infinite regress anywhere, right? You only ever make finite observations, and your being is only ever finite. So if your epistemology is supposed to be that you start from, empirical observations and build up your theory to be consistent with empirical observations, then you should not then propose something that can't work with that. But this is what's interesting. Is a moment later he goes on to say that energy is we use energy conservation to argue for it, and that's where I want, because that's where he shoots himself.
Before we continue, for me, the way I would actually respond to it is that I've never seen an infinite regress in reality.
Yeah,
okay, so now,
should be very good for naturalists. Yeah.
Yes. So now it is upon you to show me infinite regress is possible, and then the burden of proof is upon him, and that's essentially how I would recommend anyone who comes across this sort of a situation, because he's just you've actually noticed this, that the whole time the burden of proof has been put on Dr. Derek. He has to present the case. He has to present the case.
The whole thing with such good faith versus the guy. Yeah, and right from the beginning, your God is imaginary without ever laying down the argument for it.
Yes,
same thing.
All right.
Go on, carry on a little bit, and I've got to go pray.
I said that they're mathematically possible. Sure, I mean we could just think of negative numbers; they regress infinitely. Right. But for someone to claim that in the physical world there's an infinite regress going back in time of physical objects, this is a hard claim to swallow. I don't think it's physically possible. Right. And if because there's no direct empirical observation of it.
Well, the observation in science is that matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. So that means it existed forever.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, give me one good reason why I would believe that all the matter.
Do you want to stop here, or
this is the one? I'm going to go pray after this, but this is the killer, because this matter cannot be created, destroyed. Crucially, is locally matter cannot be created or destroyed. Energy conservation is a local phenomena, which means only holds in certain small regions. Everything he's been appealing to, DESI data, Big Bang, Big Crunch, if he had read any of Sean Carroll's papers, he would know that the whole Big Bang, Big Crunch thing fundamentally depends on the idea that the energy in the universe is not conserved. It fundamentally depends on it. It's mind-blowing, but he doesn't even seem to be aware of that, because what it is basically the whole thing of energy conservation depends on symmetries. There's deep reasons for it, and those symmetries are broken when you look at the universe on large scales. So the inflationary theory, the Big Bang, the Big Crunch theory, all of them, quantum foam, everything, like the idea that on the global cosmological scale energy is conserved is completely, utterly ludicrous. It is like announcing that you have not understood the first thing. You've gone to all these higher theories without ever learning basic algebra. It's mind-blowing. This is like 101 of this cosmology and use of general relativity, the non-conservation of energy over an evolving general relativistic field. If you don't know that, you shouldn't be discussing any of this stuff as if you have any kind of ability to reason with it. But there he goes. He relies on energy conservation as if it holds globally in general relativity, even though that flies in the face of the authorities he's appealed to, the data he appealed to, everything. This is where he shot himself in the head, because when he feels like it, he can just take something that's like a local observation around him, and then he can just extend it as it applies in his mind and say, this works for me. And yet previously he appealed to a bunch of authorities which completely annihilate this idea that energy is globally conserved in the universe. And Sean Carroll would be the first one to say, no, my Big Bang, Big Crunch theory, the universe, the energy, total gravitational energy in the universe he would either say, well, no, it's not fixed on various thermodynamic argument grounds, or he would say that question doesn't even make sense because it's dynamically evolving. There's no what's called killing vectors, which is basically a way that you could transform it without making a change to the energy that you measure. And so there isn't even a well-defined notion of global energy in the first place. Yeah, this whole thing is really deep, really interesting stuff. It's really closely related to why we don't yet have a good theory that relates gravity at the large scale with quantum at the small scale. You know, we're off in this area of a lot of stuff that's not well known. But for him to appeal to energy conservation to support then his belief that the Big Bang, Big Crunch model makes sense is just pure self-contradiction. And it's a particular kind of self-contradiction that shows that he cannot have studied any of this to enough of a level to legitimately use it as part of his mental ecosystem at all. He doesn't even know how exposed he is to making these contradictions, which means everything he talks about when he says why until he finds a platform that he can jump off from, it's all ex falso so-called libet sequitur, from false and anything follows, because his viewpoint on this stuff is just inconsistent, and he just keeps, essentially being obnoxious until he feels like he's got some in where he can jump off and make one of these claims. But he revealed right there he doesn't understand any of the foundations, all of the words he's spoken about cosmology, science, all of it is just empty words that he fundamentally doesn't know the background or understanding of, not in the slightest. For me at that point it was game over. At that point, you have to be a bedazzled non-specialist in order to think this guy has any credibility, and that plays out in the comments and under his video as well. You know, a lot of people clapping for him. Nobody seems to be allowed to call out the fact that he's just a BS artist, and if his PhD friend likes him and knows this stuff, he should have done him some favors and take him to the side and either teach him or tell him to shut up about this stuff.
He does call himself PhD.
His PhD is in theology.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, if you're a PhD in theology, why are you coming here acting like it's interesting? We've got two PhD in theology. There are two individuals who've got PhD in theology trying to discuss and explain to each other what physicists, the opinion that physicists are holding, right? Yeah,
which is, should be fairly obviously crazy. But again, it's this thing where the way science presents itself is almost like you get to just pick into the pot and find whatever ideas you like and then just use them, and they've got some kind of pedigree because there's authorities and institutions behind them. But even if they do have some pedigree in their own intellectual context, it doesn't mean it works in your intellectual context. And if you don't have the ability to...
Sorry, I misspoke. Just want to clarify this. He's an ex-pastor, BA, MDiv. I don't know what the MDiv is.
Masters in Divinity.
Okay, Masters in Divinity. Okay, so yeah, he was working in theology, and this is the interesting part about how you can identify that Islam is the truth and Christianity is falsehood. Because when these people go into their higher studies, they leave their religion. And when our people go into our higher studies, the deeper you study the Quran, the more you actually realize that this has to be the truth. There is nothing else.
I would say it's a heuristic rather than a proof. I don't have enough data to go beyond the heuristic, but it is certainly something
very telling.
Because I think people who go into higher theological study in the Christian tradition do tend to then end up quite far away from a linguistically valid interpretation of the Bible. There's a lot of plasters and patches and stuff need to be added, and that's supposedly the theory. And okay, if you can make it consistent, at least it's a worldview, right? Whereas with Islam, when you do this higher study, you're really studying. Yeah. But when you do this higher study in Islam, you're really studying the linguistic detail, and then you're understanding why this is the correct way to interpret the Quran, because of reasons that are baked into Quran and Hadith and the overall ecosystem and how the mental ecosystem works, not because of a bunch of other stuff that's been later sort of made as patches to apply onto the thing. So one way or another, yeah, the higher you go in a study, the more you realize that the general church dogma is based on a huge amount of patches on top of the Bible. Whereas if you go higher and study in Islam, you actually find the opposite, in that you're removing patches that may have been put in place by accidentally by various cultural practices or cultural understandings, and getting closer to the Quran's proper understanding. SubhanAllah.
Yeah. All right.
I
if
think
you want to
they
take
do identify at some point soon that they're not talking about, that they have no point talking about this stuff, and then they start to discuss the theology again, which would be you can sort of watch without me and react on your own to that stuff while I go pray, inshallah.
Yeah, and to be honest, like I'm not too concerned about that part of it, because what I feel like happens over there is we all know how Christianity is not the truth. So there's really a lot. What he's going to point out is actually going to reinforce our idea that Christianity is not the truth. It's not going to be a good part to review from this end. This is the more.
I think there is still a lot I think that's interesting, at least in the first hour of this discussion, in order to understand the approaches, tricks, and mindsets of the atheist antagonist debater. Just not all atheists are antagonistic debaters. Remember, some of them are there for a valid intellectual discussion rather than this. But so there is still something in the debate tactics and so on. So rather than analyzing the Christian position and whether or not his arguments against it work, actually just looking at what he's doing, from a layer up, it's instructive, I think.
Okay. What I would say is just take your break. I do have somebody in the back chat, and I'll start a conversation with him, and then we can, when you're back, we can continue. All right?
Okay. Is it someone we spoke to before, Ross?
No, it's not. But I'll try and see what the discussion is. He's got his camera on, so I can actually bring him up.
Perfect. All right. Okay. Just give me like 9 minutes.
Sure. No worries. Okay. Jabber, how old are you, my brother? Can you type in the back chat and tell me how old you are? I need to see your whole face to be able to confirm, because you look young. Jabber? Okay, I do have Curious Muslim. Assalamu alaikum, akhi. How are you doing?
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes. So, and what do you think so far? You've seen some of the interesting ways in which atheists basically carry on these conversations.
I mean, I had to pray for some time, so I didn't really hear about the the stuff Islam Hakim was talking about before.
No worries. I have this dots connected to Islam. You realize that justifying the sacred text with the sacred text is BS. Circular nonsense, and every cult lives in this kind of self-affirming hagiographic echo chamber. Okay, and Islam, don't get me wrong. Sorry, dots connected to Islam, don't get me wrong. I have great respect for the great Advaita Sufi, but that doesn't translate to the whole of theism. What is your point?
Yeah, go on stage, man.
Come on stage and we can have this conversation. I mean, are you an atheist? You sounded like an atheist or an agnostic.
Yeah,
So
he's
come on the
generalizing
stage.
theism, so
Yeah. So, but Jabbar, who came in the backstage, can you? I mean, you jumped off, but I just want to know how old you are because you look young. So, just so everybody understands, anyone who's below 18, we normally don't like bringing anyone underage on the chat. You can hold your question in the backstage if you want to. We will try to respond to it if that is the case, but we won't bring you up on the stage. Okay. Yeah. So I actually just came across a couple of atheists having these type of conversations, and this is just one of them. The second one was a very interesting one as well, because that one is titled "God is not real." All right. The idea that God is not real, and again, it is positioning for us to come on and disagree. So now, again, from their perspective, they want us to present to them a conception of God first, and our reasons for believing that, and they have all the they hold all the uh, they hold the ball in their court the whole time because they can then decide where to hit it, right? But it's they do not provide any positive argument whatsoever. It's not an equal conversation whatsoever because it's not my worldview and my reason for understanding this reality versus your worldview and your reason for understanding this reality. It's not based on that at all.
yeah, usually atheists just try to make atheism seem like a default position.
Yes, it's not. Like, even if you look at all of history, theism has been the default position. Whichever version of it you want to take, it's not been atheism. Right? And it's not like that it has to be theism in a particular place or time. Throughout history, no matter which civilization we pick up, there has been this some sort of concept of there being uh, some sort of reality. Give me a second, Afi.
Okay, so DBK, can't you talk right now? I mean, it's pretty inconvenient to just speak with you if you're chatting and we're talking on stage, you know. What are you responding to?
Sorry, Afi.
No
Back.
problem.
I had to take the call. I had a repairman coming in, and just to confirm. Yes. So, okay.
Great.
Now, I would
Right.
love to get Ali. I wish Ali was free at this time because he would have given a very good idea about the kind of fallacies being committed here. Because mostly what we saw is um, this notion that only one side has to present evidence. The other side does not have any burden to present their evidence, right? They can make statements, and those are equally good as an argument as for one side, right? So this has been a one-sided discussion that we've seen so far. I mean, DBK, you can just come up. Muslim metaphysician.
He's only down to chat.
Okay, I have Muslim metaphysician. Now, obviously, it's not. I don't think it is Brother Jake. But can you confirm by just turning on your camera, and then you can turn it off before I bring you on? Muslim metaphysician, are you able to do this? In the back chat. Let's see. Okay, interesting. His first name is the same as mine. Let me actually bring you up just because of that. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I feel great and honored to see all of you.
Jazakallah khair. It's
I have,
let's make dua for us, brother.
yes, Almighty God always.
That
Yeah.
Allah accepts our work. I'm getting a feedback. Do you have YouTube open in the background?
No, sir.
Okay. So go ahead.
My question is that this atheist says that your God is imaginary, like
Yes.
that. His view is that his position is grounding on. I mean, how he ground his belief that God is imaginary, but he is not imaginary.
How is God imaginary, but he himself is not imaginary?
Yes, if God is imaginary, he also imaginary part.
Yeah, that is actually a very interesting argument that you're putting forth. I know you're putting it forth very simply that if God is imaginary, that he's imaginary. But yes, when you consider God as imaginary, then essentially what you realize when you go through the whole the consequence of that particular belief, you realize that you come to the conclusion that everything else that is happening around us and the fact that you exist itself becomes questionable, right? You realize that you may be imaginary, everything around you is imaginary, because there's nothing that grounds reality now. It is a very interesting position to hold. I know it's a hard one to actually explain how all the steps, but really when you look into it, it is one of the consequences of not believing in a God.
Yes, you are right. A second thing is, if true is relative, not absolute. So then true. If certain two is right or certain two is wrong, how can we differentiate two?
You mean truth is relative?
No. In atheistic point of view, two is relative. Yes. Then this is
relative. Sorry, I'm finding it a bit hard to understand. Did you understand, Curious Muslim?
Okay, I question you again. That in atheistic perspective, the truth is subjective.
Yes.
If truth is subjective, then there is any truth is there. So how can he justify the truth? Where is the truth? We should say all things are false. There is no truth.
Yeah, that's a good point, because if truth is, as you're pointing out, from the atheist point of view, if truth becomes relative, number one, we have to basically be careful here that we're not ascribing something to him. Did he say that truth is relative?
So
I don't think he said that.
why he called God is imaginary?
Yes, so let me explain it. A couple of things. So number one, right? He's not, from his perspective, God is different from the truth. All right. So for that particular reason, I wouldn't say that based on this claim, I would say that truth is relative. But I do understand where you're coming from. From his perspective, right? Is he positioning that truth is objective? Because then only would this idea that God is imaginary would come to the forefront. Because now you're claiming that there is a certain truth out there that we can all arrive at, we can all ascribe to, which is independent of our own interpretation of what that truth is. Right. Now, having said that, when it comes to that point, you need to make sure that you're telling us what your criteria of understanding that truth is and how you judge that something is true versus something is being false. And that's where things become interesting, because that's where they do not have established criteria which is doctrinal, right? So each one of them is going to come up with their own version of it, and it becomes very much subjective how they're interpreting the world. Because the fact that you're claiming there's an objective truth, but your interpretation of the truth is very subjective, that's where things become it's no longer conforming. The two ideas are no longer conforming, and they cannot make sense of it from that once you get to that point. Now, from an Islamic viewpoint, we can say that there is an objective truth, and we base that truth in the concept of God, right? When we do that, we can arrive at that truth based on the criteria that we have. However, we do understand the idea that there is some level of some acceptance of variation in how you arrive at that truth or how you understand the whole truth, right? The basics, however, is something we all agree on, which is that God is one and He's the one who created this whole reality. As long as you're believing in that, the rest of it is grounded on that one essential truth, the necessary truth that we can all agree on. Okay. And not just from an Islamic perspective, but from a theistic perspective, that sort of grounds our reality and grounds our epistemology and our understanding of everything that we see, our morality, etc. From an atheistic perspective, it's all subjective to the individual, and that's where things get very interesting.
You are right. My third question: if nihilism is the absolute for the atheistic paradigm, why they are value the true or human rights or morality or other things? Why they are very much crying about that they are the one who are very very valued about truth and morality and all the things, and we are theist people, we are dumb people, we are blind people. Why
You have to separate.
thinking?
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
separate truth and morality in that one, though.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would say that there's a you need to be careful in stating that nihilism is the absolute for them, right? I mean, it is a consequence of their belief, but they have ways to avoid that sort of position. But if you were being honest as an atheist, right, It is the consequence of your belief. Nihilism is an essential consequence as an atheist of
I
what you
don't think
believe.
that necessarily follows. I mean, there are non-nihilistic atheists for sure.
Yes, there are,
and
but
not all
if
of
you're
them
being
are in
true,
that position. Not all of them are in that position due to a logical inconsistency, because they essentially say in their worldview they're almost different domains, right? The domain of axiology or morality is a different domain. You can deal with humanism separately, you know, and you can say, well, I wouldn't like something like that to be done to me, so I shouldn't do it to someone else. That's a foundation of my morality, and reason forward from there. So they wouldn't base their morality on what they believe to be the reality of existence in an ontological sense.
yeah, and I agree with you that that's for most of them they rely on some form of other understanding or other ism to explain their complete worldview. But on itself, in of itself, atheism does lead to a nihilistic approach if you do not add anything else to it. Now, that is, I know it's not normally how most people operate, and I would say that's a very most of the people would try to avoid that position by saying, okay, no, we're not just an atheist, we're a naturalist, we're a humanist, we're this, we're that. All these other
Okay, but you've got to be careful here, because atheism is not really a position that derives anything. There is this is like a conversation we had with naturalists before. You know, naturalism is a positive position they're putting down, the consequence of which is atheism, supposedly, although as we discussed, actually it ends up as pantheism, but he was okay with that. It amounts to a redefinition of deity, which is, you know, very, very important in there. But so yeah, nothing gets derived from atheism. So on that basis, it's incorrect to say nihilism gets derived from atheism. It's simply not a real position. It's got no substance in and of itself, and it's defined relative to theism. Well, what do they think theism is? They never use the Islamic concept of tawheed, and they never give a position of theism that is consistent with tawheed. You know, so, but certainly there are lots of the founding philosophies which go along with atheism, or in some way work with it, would lead to nihilism in the kind of Nietzsche sense almost. But then, you know, Nietzsche himself says, well, then you derive meaning and value from the struggle and from the absurdity of it all, and somehow that then, you know, avoids nihilism. But you do then have this implied moral relativity, but then there are very solid thinkers like Alex O'Connor who believes in objective morality, even though he's an atheist. Very, very hard to countenance, but these people are around as well. So let's say it's very easy without God to slip into nihilism or moral relativism, but that's not the same as saying it's a necessary consequence.
So, brother, are those all the questions that you had? Because I do want to. I'm really hoping that this guy DBK jumps on. He, like I said, we won't show you on the screen, but it would be a good conversation if we can have a back and forth on this matter.
Sorry, what is that? Can you explain that comment? Aside from sage anxiety, I don't have the capacity to do it. Nor want.
I think he meant stage anxiety. I don't have the capacity to do it, nor want to.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Guy,
we can have a private conversation if he wants to set up one that's got no streaming stage.
This is the guy who brought this up. You realize justifying a sacred text is circular and so on. Then he said, I'm a naturalist, non-dualist, impersonalist who's been studying world mysticism and world religions for 30 plus years at the uni level, born to two sannyasins. I'm down to chat that. So
30 years at the uni level. I'm not sure how you do that.
On to
Normally, uni level is 3 to 7 years. But if you can go back to the other thing where he said that justifying a religious text with a religious text is BS circular.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's just take that one apart a little bit. Justifying a sacred text with the sacred text is BS circular nonsense, and every cult lives this kind of self-affirming hagiographic echo chamber. Right. So how is he avoiding? No, keep the same comment up.
Yeah,
if you can. So how is he avoiding being in a self-affirming echo chamber? How is he avoiding circularity if his definitions of things are then consistent? So he defines all the things in his worldview. If it's consistent, then it's effectively all a logical tautology. It's all a self-justifying system in the first place. So the thing is with the sacred text, it's very interesting because in the case of Islam, it's the clearest example. The Quran was revealed over a period of time by a prophet about whom we also know a lot about the life and the activities of him and the people around him. It's the interaction of all those things together which becomes the proof. Right? It's not just the Quran on its own with no prophet, with no one else following, whatever, and it was just dug up out of the ground at some point, and then you start reading it, which would be what DBK is putting forward. And that's crucial because it means that the text is actually connected with reality in terms of empiricism. People had the empirical experience of interacting with the Prophet ﷺ, and also of the miraculous nature of the revelation and so on and so forth. And so you end up in this very difficult situation if you're someone like DBK, where it's like, well, hang on a minute. If you're allowed to read scientific papers, for example, and use the ultimate empirical experience that somebody had, and then use the reports of that to build up your theories or your positions, then how is that any different? As in, are you still allowed to count that as being empirical data that's just been transferred to you and is not your first-hand empirical data? Do you say that your empirical experience was reading the paper and you've made derivations only from that? In which case, how are you connecting the sacred text to reality? This is the thing. If you level the playing field and you treat the system of scientific institutions as being another kind of church, and the people in them being another kind of priest, and their bunch of text they produce as being essentially the sacred text, then you find that all you have is a hypocritical accusation, and that's not wild to do, because look at ancient Greece, right, where you had these philosophers talking about the gods and so on and so forth. They were also the scientific authorities at the time. They were the people who had the best explanations and the most explanations. They had access to the most data. They could predict when the stars and planets were going to be in what positions and eclipses and so on and so forth. They had all the evidence and all the things arrived. So, such people who are going to appeal to the authorities of the time are really appealing to the de facto religion of the time, and are just then a product of the time that they find themselves in. And that is also circular. It's not recognized. It's thought to be different.
Do you want to say something, brother? Muslim Metaphysics?
Yes, my third question is, if suffering is inevitable, if there is no escape of suffering, why the poor people and the very, very weak people lead to this suffering in the worldview of atheism? If they want to suicide or they kill themselves, how they reconcile those ideas that the view of atheism, they thought there is no hope, there is no God. They kill. Why want to suffer. How what your thought about this?
Did you get the
So
question?
I'm not sure I followed the question. So you're asking if suffering is a given?
No, inevitable.
Okay, so
If
suffering is
suffering is-
inevitable. Then
Yes.
so what's the
Then,
related question?
the poor people and the weak people and the ill people who have no clue, and there is no undermine the suffering and undermine the suffering, because suffering is inevitable. In atheistic worldview, how they are reconcile those people who want to kill themselves or suicide themselves, because there is no God, there is no hope, there is no eternal hell or
they typically don't. They're typically strong proponents of people having the right to end their lives.
Yeah.
But a lot of people will also say, well, there's inherent value in human life, so it's better they don't end the life. And this is really based on a utilitarian kind of version of ethics. And so they say, well, if they could be saved from taking their life, and the psychiatrist help turn them around so they can then have positive life experiences or more positivity, then that would be better overall. So there's ways of talking people out of suicide. But there's also plenty of ways of talking people into it, just saying suffering is inevitable and so on. But it's also not necessarily true that the poor people suffer more. A lot of rich people appear to have great lives, and they kill themselves. There was even a very famous comedian, Robin Williams, who was appeared to be a wonderful, funny guy that everyone loved, and friends and all that sort of stuff. He was extremely rich and wealthy, he's famous, and he ended his life. And so wealth doesn't bring you happiness. You can be in an awful lot of suffering there, whereas there can be people who are poor but they have a family that loves them and they're satisfied with their life, and so there's a sense in which they're not suffering, at least not suffering enough to want to take their own lives. So I'm not sure that's something that follows either.
Okay, fine. But do you know the concept of anti-natalism? Who they are think the birthright is not good, because we know suffering is inevitable. So why we give birth?
Yeah.
So they would
to suffering again. This is
I see. So the utilitarian, the utilitarian would look at it and just say, well, as long as the benefit outweighs the suffering, then it's okay.
Yeah.
So it's not about it's not like there is only zero or suffering and there is no positive side. They would simply say that you should try and aim for more positive than negative.
Oh, Nate, welcome back.
Hi guys, how are you?
Hello,
Doing
sir.
okay. Your mic is really low. Let me see if I can change it on my end.
Oh. Hello.
Shameless plug, by the way. I'm drinking this for some energy. Get yourself some Gaza Cola.
Is that real?
Yeah,
Is
it is. No,
okay.
they sell it over here for because you're boycotting cola, and then this is an alternative which is apartheid free, and the profits go towards Palestinians.
Yeah. Okay. So, welcome to the stage, Nate. I don't know if you caught.
I've been here since the beginning. I just
you have
observe
the quiet observations. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
but I thought I could maybe add a little bit of value or answer
sure.
some questions. I don't want to be here too long.
No.
Yay. Because
let's not do another 3-hour marathon.
Yeah, please. But yeah, so you're talking about nihilism and asking questions about like how, I think you guys answered from an atheistic perspective pretty well, actually. You have some different views, but it's quite interesting hearing you guys answer. I think any one of your views would probably be held by an atheist, because different atheists have different views about things, you know. So both would probably be justified. Yeah, on atheism, you know, Faisal, you said that it leads to a nihilistic outcome. It could potentially. It just depends.
Purely by itself.
I think
purely by itself, without any other ism attached to it. If you're not a humanist, if you're not a naturalist, if atheism is the only thing that defines you, you pretty much, this is the consequence that you have.
Well, but I mean, as I pointed out, if atheism is the only thing that defines you, you have nothing. Yeah, maybe you will end up nihilist, but I mean, you can't even make that as a logical deduction. But like, if you had nothing but the rejection, or yeah, you would be empty. And then you would go mad.
Yeah, you also have to. I don't know if you know this, but you know, I suppose most people, when they say nihilism, they're meaning, you know, the standard view of. But there's actually many different nuances. I mean, I think I know about 8 or 9 different types of nihilism, and there's even a form called optimistic nihilism, which is what I am actually an optimistic nihilist. So yes, I don't think that there is any inherent.
So tell us a bit about optimistic nihilism then. How does that work? That's new to me, unless it's in a different wording for something else.
I think you've heard it before. You just haven't associated the term. It's just the view that you can make your own meaning and you can make your own value in life, which is what I do.
I refer to
I have
that
my
already.
family.
Okay, I see.
So I have my family. That's called optimistic nihilism. Then you have existential nihilism, which there is no inherent value or meaning to life itself. Then there's cosmic nihilism. You know, there's no real, you know, value or meaning to the universe. So there's many different forms. But I suppose most people are thinking of Nietzsche's kind of value to life.
Where's the value or meaning? And let me ask, so how do you make this consistent? So if there's no value or meaning, but you can make your own value or meaning,
let's say there's no ultimate, there's no like ultimate value or meaning, but I have value and meaning in my life right now. I construct that by my family, my friends.
Yeah,
so
but what does ultimate mean?
Meaning like at the end of the world, at the end of life, at the end of, you know, when the world ends, basically, you know.
But as in your world, when you die, or when the world ends?
Yeah. Well, both, but mostly for me. There's no ultimate meaning for my life when I die, or let's rather say the world, because even if I die, there should be some value for my life, to my family and my children, my wife, and friends.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. The things you leave behind, and people want
the things you leave behind
in the world, and it'd be a positive impact, and so on. So that for me would make it non-nihilistic, because you have. This is why I asked ultimate, because if it's within your own context, it's like this local nihilism, like once I die, it doesn't matter. It's like, well, that doesn't make sense for things that you attributed or attached value to that continue to exist after you died. So then it does make much more sense to say, okay, at the end of the world, or at the end of whatever consequentially follows from my interaction.
So there's two different aspects. There's the end of the world, ultimately, when everything dies and all humans die and the world ends. Okay, let's say in 1,000 billion years or whatever. Okay, there's ultimately I'm going to be dust, right? But when I die, hopefully I will have left some value to family and friends, right?
Right. So, but this is the thing, and so if that's the case for everyone, then don't you have the sum of the values, and that being then the absolute value?
Sure, that's what optimistic nihilism is about.
But then it's not a form of nihilism, because there is value. It's just not imposed externally by material reality.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. We're still constructing it ourselves, right? We're still creating that value for ourselves and for our family. I
But this
bring
is
income,
why-
I have life insurance, I do good, I raise my children with good
No,
morals.
I get it. I guess for me, like this notion, for me, it's almost oxymoronic in the sense that I struggle to understand a notion of nihilism that remains valid or legitimately to be called nihilism when there is a individual's value and the sum of those individuals' values and their value lasts beyond their death, and this, they're almost opposites. And I'm so maybe I've just misunderstood how you see nihilism. So can you explain, are we using the words differently? Do you mean it's something very different from what
I think you're probably thinking about like Nietzsche's, type of nihilism.
That's
and
my archetype.
That's different types of,
So how do you
archetype.
see nihilism such
Well,
that
you know what the
different
problem
type
is?
of-
I've gone through the whole Nietzsche cycle. Becoming an atheist led me down a very kind of dark period where I was considering my value to life and that kind of thing, right?
I can empathize with that.
And then, but you have to, I mean, it wasn't, I don't want to say it was very deep and dark. I mean, and I was nearly, wanting to off myself or something like that. But it was still like a reevaluation of my life and the meaning of my life. That's what I would say. In an atheistic worldview or a naturalistic worldview, I had to reevaluate certain things. And then out of that grew a more optimistic, what they call optimistic nihilism. You can look it up.
This is what I don't get is, I mean, I will look afterwards and see, what philosophers say and so on. But I'm interested in your perspective. Like, what do you define nihilism as, such that this is a form of nihilism? Because for me, nihilism is essentially the absence of real meaning, and you can only make artificial meaning, which is only really relative to yourself, and so it's subjective or at best intersubjective in your sort of local social neighborhood. Okay.
So yes,
but
so that's a very subjective, like personal experience. So, but what you're leaving out of that description that you just gave is the value that you might add to friends and family, to the external world as well. Okay.
Right, but that's exactly what I mean. At the point where you've added it to friends and family, you now have this. It's not like it's not real.
It's like a network, a web.
Well, yeah, because that makes it real in a sense where reality is essentially defined by what people can mutually agree is true, right? So because the whole thing for me about nihilism was that it means your value is essentially just like a dream. It's an illusion, right? And you can live this happy illusion, but it's not real value. But as soon as you connect it to multiple observers, if you like, then in what sense is it not real? And if that can still then be nihilistic in the sense that it's not real value, then it starts to question then this whole thing about how reality is defined. Even forget personal value, just even reality in experiments, right? Because that's the whole thing, is this difference between dream and reality, is there's multiple other corroborating observers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yes,
so the value becomes real, and then at that point, when you have a real value that outlasts yourself, where the sum of those values exists on,
the problem is that a true nihilist, let's say, or one that's like the Nietzsche kind of nihilist, will still say that ultimately there is no actual value, because at the end of the day, when all humans are dead, what value have you left then, right? Did you leave anything in 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years time? Okay, when there's so many ancestors that your memory has faded, except in this digital world. If we manage to keep this YouTube videos alive for the next several generations, our only value that we're bringing now is being left in this digital stream, right? If you're thinking about 1,000 or 1,000,000 years from my perspective, okay, so ultimately there is no value, but I'm creating the value locally in my life with friends and family. So that's how I create my value. That's how I got out of the cycle, the train of thought of this nihilistic
Yeah.
train of
Can I
thought.
ask a question here? Can I ask the question here? Nate, do you think this value that you're creating, it is completely subjective? Or do you believe that there is any sort of objectivity to the value that has been created here?
I think that there's probably some objective value. I mean, I'm trying to be a good person to other people that I meet online, at work. I'm adding value to my work. You know, I'm a programmer. There are people that use the software that I develop. I don't want to say in what industry, but it's widely used. And so, you know.
So the reason why I'm asking this question is because if the value is being created by you yourself, right? What is it to stop someone who finds value in unaliving someone else? I'm taking some extreme example to sort of explore the where this sort of can lead to, right? So what is it?
Unaliving somebody else.
We have to say that for YouTube algorithms' sake.
Right, gotcha. So
for someone like that, right? That they find value because there's pleasure and there's they derive pleasure from it. It could be someone very what is that word? Kinky, I believe that's their kink.
No, psychopathic.
They're psychopathic. That's what picked them off, right? So for someone like that,
sadistic.
Like Marquis de Sade, sadistic. Marquis de Sade.
What is stopping them from creating that? And because the reason why I'm asking is, what is it that would bring everyone onto the same page that these are the things that you won't do, these are the things that you can do? Because for me now, it has become completely subjective if there is no ultimate purpose. Because once you've actually come out of the bound of saying, no, there is something objective, then there is an ultimate purpose, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I can also try to steelman it if you want. I mean,
you can try.
What
do you mean steelman my position or what?
Steelman my position or Nate's position?
No, I understand your position.
A atheistic position that you can hold for morality, because what I try to do is by saying, you can say that some moral truths exist.
We're not getting into morality. I don't want to get into morality itself. I'm actually talking about purpose right now. Right. So if somebody defines their purpose as that, right? Because we're basically saying the purpose is completely subjective, that you can define what your purpose is, right? So I'm talking from that perspective.
Well, except Nate's perspective was that there was some objectivity to his value, which relates to what I said about other people observing that and it being valuable for them. And bearing in mind, he's talking about human interactions, and like humans are not actual tabula rasas. Like we have actual brain structures that will appreciate some things and not others. And yes, there are people for whom that's broken or maladaptive, and that's where Faisal's question comes in.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd all have a problem, because even a psychopath wouldn't be able to conform to any kind of religious view, no matter how dogmatic or how strict or you want them to conform, because they're not going to be able to do that. I mean, a psychopath, they have no empathy. I mean, clinically psychopathic, they have no empathy there, and morals, I mean, is completely questionable to them. They haven't developed those types of morality.
Why do you blame religion for the actions of psychopaths in history? Right.
When have I done that?
No. So as I'm sorry, not you specifically, but this is really a lot of times what we hear, right? That religion is the cause of so much evil in the world throughout history, that's what it is. But it's the action of a psychopath. It's the action of someone, one individual interpreting something wrong and actioning it. Right.
I agree.
It is that. So I would say that
I don't think, like personally, I have a very nuanced view. I don't think I hold a standard atheistic, naturalistic view about religion.
No. I used to hold the view that he's talking about more than you ever have. Yeah.
He was a militant atheist. I'm not a militant atheist. So I still, as I said before, for me, religion holds value. It depends on the person and the person that's wielding power. Bad people can do bad things with power. It's just, it's human nature almost.
I think the interesting thing to pick up on, though, with essentially what distinguishes a psychopath from other humans is this emotional element, right? Now, the Enlightenment ideals were essentially to have pure rationality independent of your emotions and to make your emotional states subordinate to whatever the rational outcome was. And so, in a sense, that's kind of psychopathic, right? Or rather, the psychopath becomes the ideal because they're not messed up by their emotions. They have a capacity for pure reason in a sense. So it's interesting for me this because only after becoming Muslim, shortly before becoming Muslim, but certainly after the atheism, was I able to really appreciate a concept of truth where the feelings and the emotions of people being sort of folded up in that, or being a part of that assessment can be legitimate. Because previously it used to be that truth was purely a matter of rationality, and feelings could only mess that up or mess up those assessments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where do you sit in terms of is truth derivation something that is purely rational, or is it something that also connects with the heart, for want of a better word?
What do you mean, truth? What?
So the matter of what is true or not true, is this purely rationally decidable? Is this in the sphere of pure rationality? Or
what do you mean, what is true? Because I mean, what's true is what comports to reality. But I mean, maybe you're using it truth in a different way.
No, I'm using it. Yeah, or what comports to reality. This is kind of part of the conundrum, right? So you have there's one of the fundamental aspects of truth is consistency, right? You can't have you can't be inconsistent with yourself and also be true at the same time, right? So you've got to have ultimate consistency, and comport to reality. Well, the reality of every human being and the human being's experience and interaction with the world is that they do not have a isolated, segregated rationalism from their emotional state. But so on that line, you think, well, truth comporting to reality and requiring consistency means that the head and the heart should be working together in sync, and that should comport to reality, right? Whereas the notion of truth that we usually deal with, especially in philosophical argumentation, is, or especially in Western analytical philosophy, I should say, is this purely rational thing separated from the heart, and you're following in logical operators and mathematical outcomes, and that defines.
I don't think most humans are very rational, to be honest with you. So
right,
it's difficult.
But in terms of your notion of what truth is, like when you talk about something being true, you spoke about comport to reality, but is the emotional element permitted or managed in there somehow, or is the ideal for it to be a purely rational assessment?
I think at some point it needs to be rational, so maybe just to answer what I think Faisal was asking and what I was going to answer, but it ties into what you're asking, is I think it comes down to those other things of morality, like humanism, and you spoke earlier about utilitarianism, basically coming up with laws and guidelines that the vast majority of humans are going to conform to for our own survival and for cooperation between people. Thou shalt not kill, etc. I mean, now a psychopath might not want to follow that rule. The problem is we have to make rules and guidelines for the majority of us where we can live in harmony with each other. Okay, and what is the most harmonious way that we can live together is not to harm each other, okay, not to kill each other, not to steal each other's stuff, not to trespass on each other's land and property, and not to take their property. I mean, I, just as anyone else, am appalled by the stuff that's happening in the Middle East. And I don't want to go into too much politics. It's not a subject that I actually enjoy. But I will say that I do not like to see human suffering like this on any side of the position, right? And to be honest with you, I stand with the Uyghurs in China. Okay, I mean, I think that what China is doing to those poor people is appalling. Okay, so I sympathize as much with you guys as, as I hope anybody else with a heart should. So basically we have to cram up with rules and regulations. So the Human Rights Declaration, okay, humanism as basic guidelines on, you don't want to be killed. And we shouldn't kill, right? So that's what it boils down
but
to.
Here's the problem with man-made laws, though, right? For me, is you're essentially running it as an iterative development project. It's like I
understand the argument against it's very subjective and it changes, etc. But my counter argument to that is when laws are codified and very rigid, they have no room to improve as we develop better senses of morality. That's my counter argument, because I know where you're going with it.
Hang on, I'm not sure you got it quite. Yeah, that wasn't quite where I was going, although it is related. My issue is, think of the two major development paradigms, right? Because I know you're a coder, right? You've got waterfall and you've got sort of agile, right? Now, so in order to be some long-standing system, right?
I'm agile qualified, by the way.
Oh, good.
I'm a certified agile.
What are you going to do without a scrum master? What did people used to do? I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, we don't want to in jokes, but
I'll keep an open mind.
But so basically, on the one hand, the legal framework, for example, in the UN about human rights and so on, it has to be done as a waterfall project, and there is a giant release, and then people have to live with that for long number of generations, and essentially during that you have this long user tester period where you're figuring out, are there lots of bad negative consequences, whatever, does this thing actually work, and so on and so forth. Now what you then have to do later is you're basically stuck making minor modifications to this thing unless you go into this sort of agile mode and say, you know what, the whole thing is up for being rewritten the whole time, right? Every political generation, or whichever way you want to do it. But that would lead to a whole bunch of chaos, and just one of the reasons it's not done like that, right? It's managed much more like a waterfall project, which means this is the thing. This is what I'm saying, is essentially to really work as this large global rule set so that the world can live in an integrated kind of way. For me, it has to come from God. Otherwise, it's not going to exist at all. Because you either have this waterfall thing, which is not going to be able to adapt fast enough, or you have something where you're adapting fast, but it's basically ends up as a chaotic mess. Because if you look at the UK pretty much set this, it's president of case law, holding together with the Magna Carta, right? So Magna Carta says everyone's under the law, and then whatever legal decisions are made, you have to try and be consistent with the stuff that happened before, unless Parliament basically by or whatever is the ruling faculty. It wasn't Parliament until much later, but whatever is the ruling authority then lays down what the new version or variation of the law is. But it has to be sort of variations of the underlying law. So like in the computer system analogy, it's like you've made your base system, and then forevermore you have to make everything as backwards compatible as you can, and you can never really do a rip out and replace. You can never really actually just shift over to a new, better system. You're always stuck. So yeah, for me, that's kind of the problem I was getting at more. Is you're either in chaos or you're far from optimal.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, I'm not sure how that equates to like. Are you trying to associate this with like different types of morality and guidelines on morality and laws and stuff? Like
No,
where
actually, it's more on the laws and the system of rights. Because I think it would make a lot of sense to have more guidelines than laws, but unfortunately, you can only hold people to laws, right? And yeah, this is a big part of the problem. For me.
Yeah, well,
So you basically, the way I think of it is like you got the system of laws, you put it in place, you see, does it work? Does it not work? And then what do? You can't just arbitrarily replace them with a whole new different set of laws whenever you feel like it, because then they're not real laws. But once you've put some stake in the ground, then you can only really make minor alterations, and it's very difficult to make them, and then it can't sort of keep up with the pace of change. So you see what I mean? That's sort of a dilemma that for me, like human beings, it's this recursive system where like you can't build a plane while you're flying it, right? And this is why for me, if there is going to be a system of rights and laws that genuinely works, it has to be God given. And I would say that the systems that we use that are successful are adaptations of God given rules in the beginning.
Okay, so
and actually, one thing I want to add is it's if you want to understand it in another way, let's just not say God given, but almost all systems that we're following, they depend on a higher authority, whether that higher authority is God, the ultimate authority, or some form of government, some form of sort of whatever the people understand as the higher authority. Now that's essentially where these come from, because if something is coming from an you don't ask the babies, the children, the toddlers to make the rules for you, right? Those rules don't hold any value. You may take them in jest, but really the rules are made by the people with the authority. Okay,
sure.
So that's also an aspect which we need to keep in mind when we're looking into this whole thing, this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, like, so I'm the father, so I make rules for my children, but their schools could also apply rules for them. Their local, local country, you've got laws of the road, etc., etc. But just on the thing that Islam brought up, the difference or the subtle difference between rules and guidelines, I would say that the guidelines that we have for humanism and the UN Human Rights Declaration, those are guidelines. They're not actually rules. The countries sign up to those guidelines, and with those guidelines, then they create the rules of the country, okay, using those as guidelines, basically.
Yeah, okay, fair. I think
they're not actual rules, but they're more like,
no, I
believe
get what you
X,
mean.
Y, Z. We believe
They're
X, Y, Z.
supposed to be standardizing a set of guidelines on which everyone's supposed to make rules that are compatible with those. I agree.
Yeah.
What I meant by the guideline distinction was as in when not in terms of the government's making up synchronized system of rules. I mean, you have laws applying to the people where those laws are, the jurisdiction of those laws, but you can't have a system of laws together with guidelines, right? Unless you have a religious framework where people genuinely believe in the God that's going to judge at the end. Because in a secular or non-religious position, the only things that actually are real are the laws themselves, and whether you violate one or not, you have the appropriate punishment. Whereas in Islam, for example, you have the hard laws, but then there's an awful lot of guidance, which sort of keeps you, within those, and that's part of the stabilizing factor, if you like, of the societal interaction. But like, whether or not you follow a guideline, in a secular or atheistic worldview, it's just, some people will, some people won't. But as long as you actually believe in God and you believe those guidelines are from God, you have that restoring force. You know what I mean? So it becomes something. The guidelines become something that has a real effect, rather than being something that's basically immaterial or ignored.
Okay, I don't see it that way, but anyway.
So, okay, let's say.
I understand what you're trying to say is that the laws and guidelines, or mostly laws in the Quran, this is okay. I'm trying to steelman your position, so tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
They're objective. They're constant. They don't change, so you can always fall back to those as your primary source, your baseline guidelines, right?
This is not quite the position. I guess what I'm trying to say is that you have some firm, hard set laws, right? These are some hard boundaries, if you like. You know, you cross over this or that, and this consequence happens. You know, this is the hard set boundaries. But there's also a lot of it that sort of, which is guidance, which is, you know, avoid doing this sort of thing, try and do this sort of thing. It's just like soft boundaries, right? And so for me, that means you can have a relatively lightweight skeletal framework of actual laws, and the rest of the cohesion of society be managed by these guidelines, and people respect the guidelines deeply. Whereas if you don't have a religious framework where the people in that society agree to that religion, then I don't see how you can have meaning to such guidelines. You only have the hard rules, which means you're going to need a much more complicated and rigid and fine-grained system of hard lines, hard rules.
Which I assume you're trying to say the Quran and Hadith provide you with those hard-grained guidelines and rules that you fall back to. It's kind of like what I was saying.
It provides so think of it as like the skeleton and as being the hard boundaries, if you like. And then also there's the guidances, like, you know, you should try and do this, you should try and not do that. But there's no legal consequence, if you like, baked into the laws. It's the stuff you should aspire to, this and that, you know?
Yeah, but so the problem with this view is that the same thing happens in naturalism, in humanism. Okay, those are the guidelines. You can't write something into law that's going to go completely contradict what's part of the humanistic manifesto, right? And you can even codify most of those manifesto points into laws. Okay. But the difference that I see that theists often bring up in that, you know, your laws are subjective, meaning humanistic laws are subjective and they can change over time, etc., but laws from our sacred book are hard-coded, ingrained. They don't change. They're provided by the lawgiver. Therefore, they're eternal, etc., you know, and they're more objective than humanistic guidelines. For me, I can understand the point of view that theists have, that your book says do this and this and this, and you'll live a happy life. But then there's the counterpoint that there are certain laws that don't make sense anymore, that aren't being used anymore in these books, that are outdated, and that more progressive morality serves us better. We try and test things. We tried slavery. Is slavery good? No, slavery bad. Therefore, let's make new rules banning slavery. Let's ban, you know, exploitation of children, for example, or whatever it is, right? So we learn, and our morality, I mean, even you sitting wherever you are in the UK, you guys, the laws and morality that you guys are living under now is hugely different to 400 or even 1,000 years ago that you would have been living under, right?
It's
so
different, but is it better?
It has to be better.
You're implying that it is better, right?
Yeah, so, you have to believe that it's better. You don't have slaves anymore. Okay, you can't own slaves.
Here's a few things, Nate. Number one,
well, actually, there are, and people do own slaves, and people get away with it quite a lot. And there's also, you know, there's a whole thing of modern slavery, which is difficult to define, and but you know, it's definitely a thing that's going on. But also, a lot of people legitimately view the system that many people view as freedom as being a type of slavery, in that you don't have a a choice to not work anymore. You can't just pick a piece of unowned land and dig it for your own vegetables and just live on your own anymore. All the land is owned, and you have to live under someone's rules and work, which is very much the feudal system all over again, in a different clothing. And so are serfs slaves or not? Like, and so it's I don't think it's nearly that clear cut, to be honest.
And let me actually add a few things here. So, Nate, number one, Islam does not promote slavery, right? It accepts that slavery is a valid form of getting rid of or basically reducing the impact of wars and these type of situations you end up in because of conflict, right? And it accepts it as a way of absorbing these people into regular society. The alternative, right? The only way, do you know the only way of getting slaves in Islam? What is it? Do you know?
No. War.
So the only way is war. If the opposite side that is trying to kill you, you're not allowed to just execute them once you've won the war.
Yeah, so alternative to prisoner of war camps and stuff like that.
So you're not going to put them in prisons and then they become a burden to the society. Okay? They're actually allowed to be taken in by the people in the society so that they learn the rules and regulations of the society. And while they're doing that, they have the capability of buying themselves out of slavery. They always have this option. You cannot deny a slave freedom if he's able to,
And there's also a lot of very strong reasons and forces and so on for you to manumit them of your own free will as well. Like there's a lot of encouragement for that, which is it's interesting because the way the UK and America, most of the UK, quote unquote, ended slavery, or rather changed the nature of slavery, I would say. Is to pay off everyone who was a slaver, give them such a ginormous amount of money that the population of serfs under them, who are forced to live under their remit and pay taxes, had to then, up until the 90s, were still paying off these now ridiculously rich families. So that was one way of ending slavery, at least some aspect or some portion of types of slavery, was to make a whole bunch of people make other people who were slavers generationally rich. And the other way, I think the way Islam was trying to do it, I think is better.
Okay, so if you guys were in a war and you took slaves, I mean, okay, so if you took slaves, so you think that it would be right for you guys to go and let's say you're in a war and now you've got these prisoners of war to have them as slaves.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. Let's just take a moment, because remember what I said about there's all these different definitions or types of slavery and so on, because using this one word for them, right? So we're all slaves of Allah, for example, or we're servants of Allah, depending on which word you pick. What's the difference between slave and servant? But there's clearly an important emotional difference, if nothing else, right? Now, clearly, the types of slavery that are permitted in Islam is nothing like the Atlantic slave trade. Nothing in the Atlantic slave trade is permissible, in Islam. So there's a real difficulty when we're using one word to describe many different kinds of relationships, for want of a better word.
Yeah, so I would actually love to.
One thing that's key is, for example, if slave means that you own someone as property.
We don't have that concept.
You don't have that in Islam.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I would love to explore this a bit more, Nate, because I know there's a lot of negative connotations to the word slave when it's being used, but if you look into what it means to be a slave, that's not the understanding in Islam, right? There have been kings, not just kings, there have been dynasties of kings who actually, if you look into their origin, they were slaves, but they were able to work their way up to a level where they were the kings of the land, right? And this is not like it's just one-off like the Mamluk dynasty in the Indian subcontinent. Take a look at that. Then there's other dynasties in the Levant as well, and there's just so many examples of things like this happening, right? Altamash, what was it, the other people's name? I can give you a list of names. You can look at their biography.
Jacob's one famous example that we share from the Bible.
So and let me just quickly tell you how I see slavery in Islam. For me, so Muhammad, he has his revelations, but he also becomes leader of his tribe, right? And most of the stuff that I see in the Quran is almost like him giving laws and guidance for his tribe, for his people, the people that are his followers. And also when he's conquering or having battles and taking these prisoners on good conduct, on how to handle these prisoners. I just don't see how most of that is relevant in a modern era and a modern context where, yes, you wouldn't want, like you were saying, they didn't want, if you're taking these people as prisoners of war, you don't want to have them as a burden on society. And maybe that's something that he was trying to counteract, when he's giving
let me try and
people
respond
this guidance and laws.
So Nate, this is a very interesting, and let's take this as an example. Let's talk about the first thing, right? How did the Prophet, peace be upon him, himself treat slaves, right? Do you know that the one of the slaves that the Prophet had, his name was Zaid, right? Zaid, he later became known as Zaid bin Muhammad because later on he adopts him. Now, interestingly
I know
enough,
he was like a scribe or a very close companion.
He
was in Muhammad,
same
implication like his child.
Zaid bin Muhammad, yeah, he was almost he was taken for a while as his son. Right, that's what he did. Now, before we go ahead, right, let me tell you this. There is an incident that happened where Zaid, radiallahu anhu, his family came out looking for him. Okay, and this is before prophethood even, right? The Prophet, peace be upon him, the way he used to treat people, like, it's interesting because this is even before prophethood. Zaid's father and uncle came to the Prophet, peace be upon him, and said, "This is our son. Tell us how much you want for him. We want to buy his buy his freedom from you and take him back with us." Now the Prophet, peace be upon him, told them that I would ask that to come and he will make the choice. Now think about it, right? He didn't say that, okay, this is how much I want for him or anything like that. He just said, he just told that to come and make the decision. Now, when he came, the Prophet asked him, right, are these people say they're your father and your uncle? Okay, and he confirmed, yes, they're my father and my uncle. Then he asked them, they want to buy your freedom and take you with them. Are you willing to go? He denied, I don't want to go. And his father and uncle were confused. What are you saying? Why are you and this is the story of how he became Zaid bin Muhammad. So why are you staying with this foreign man or staying with this strange man and not coming with your own blood? Right? We are your own blood. We're your father. We're your uncle. Why aren't you coming with us? Zaid, radiallahu anhu, he said, I've seen something about this man which I've never seen with any other human being. He testified to the character of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and said, I would rather stay with him. He's closer to me than all of my family, essentially. Right?
And this is interesting because you're always living under someone's rule.
Let me just finish up and then do this. So then the Prophet, peace be upon him, he took Zaid radiallahu anhu as his son. He adopted him, and that allowed these people to have the comfort to go and leave Zaid radiallahu anhu with the Prophet, peace be upon him, because the Prophet was from a noble family. He had all of these things going for him. He was rich. He was married to a very rich woman. He had a business and everything, right? So they thought that he's in good hands, so they can leave him with the Prophet. Now that's how Zaid radiallahu anhu became Zaid bin Muhammad radiallahu anhu, right? He was adopted as a son, but this is essentially how the Prophet was treating slaves. And now later on as well, we see that the treatment of slaves in Islam, you cannot beat them, you cannot feed them something other than what you would eat yourself, you cannot give them work that you would not do by yourself on your own, right? You're responsible for all their clothing, all their housing, all their food. If they want to get married, you're the one responsible to get a wife for him. Now, it's like you're supposed to treat them like you would treat your child, right? You're now responsible. Like how many kids do you have, Nate?
Yeah, I don't want to say.
Let's say you have one kid, right? Okay, but if they want to eat something, Nate, who is the one who goes to the market and get the food for them?
My wife.
Your wife. But who's paying for it? You are, right?
Yeah.
As parents, you guys are, right? So you don't tell them, no, you go ahead and do whatever, go find some money and make your own food and anything like that. You don't do that. That's the same way you're going to treat a slave in Islam. You cannot, if they want to eat something, you're responsible to go and get it for them. Hey, this is not the same thing as slavery as you understand it. It's a very different concept. Now, this tag seems to be put there because you don't have any other explanation for this. And even the Prophet himself used to say that don't call him your abd or slave, because the only one there, the abd of, is Allah.
Yeah.
Right.
This is what I was saying, and it was only going to be a short interjection. I think it's important to clarify. As I was doing a great job of saying, the concept of slave is very different from, let's say, the South Atlantic slave trade. But the thing is, you're always under you're either a sovereign lord or you're under someone else's rules and remit and responsibility. And you can only have a small finite subset of the population being sovereign lords. And that's just reality. And so when this family goes to Zaid and sees that he's in good hands, under a good rule set, and he's it's living in a certain way and so on, it's basically he's under a certain rule set, framework, way of living. And this is really sort of what's what it's captured. Now, do you have an option to leave it at your own free will? No. But if that's the distinction between slavery and non-slavery, then tell me, how do I leave this system where I have to have some land upon which I'm counted as English, pay council tax? Where is this unowned land where I can go and actually live as a sovereign free person? And if not, then how am I not a type of slave in the general sense of the word, rather than being a specific Atlantic slave trade slave? So I think
there's big distinctions here, though, because that type of slave,
there are big distinctions. But this is what I'm saying. It's in the certain case, really, it's only the whether or not I have free choice to leave that house or not being the fundamental distinction. But that means free choice from leaving.
That's one. I mean, I'm pretty sure that these slaves wouldn't be able to own land. You are free to own land. You're free to buy the land. You're free to move to another country if you don't like the rules and laws that you're living under.
No, this isn't. None of this is quite true, though. I'm not free to go live in any country. Depends on what international relationships there are and what strength my passport holds. And again, this is to do with living under the United Legal Framework and so on, as far as you do. But it's important. Like, it's not actually true that I can freely go where I want. If it was, I would have less of an argument. It's not true that I can. What was the other thing you said? That I can. Sorry, can you go through those three things you said again, apart from the free choice to leave. What was the other ones you said?
Yeah, free choice
Free to own
leave,
land.
and
Oh yeah. So what do you mean by free to own land? Because
Yes.
you know, I've bought a house. You know, it's freehold, which is the best basis you get under English law in terms of freedom. So it's not, you know, owned by someone else, according to a land registry, but it's still ultimately all under the sovereignty of the state, right? It's I don't have complete freedom on this land and how I use the land. I have maximal freedom. So of all the different ways of owning, right, I have the least controls of me. But I can't do what I want with this place. You know,
I understand, but you still have far more freedoms.
No, but-
yes, you
but
still
what does-
have some things that you can't do.
Yes, you have more or less. I get it.
You can paint your walls the color that you want. You can do what you want inside to the last degree inside your house.
Yeah, of course. But
I want to add something.
This is the thing I'm really. Hang on a minute. Let me just make sure this is really clear. This is the point: is you can say I own the land. You can say you're free to own land, but what does ownership actually mean? If I actually own it and I'm actually sovereign on it, that's something entirely different from the reality of the situation, which means I am permitted to have more control over this piece of land than I'm permitted to have over other pieces of land. Or I'm permitted to do more things on this piece of land than I'm permitted to do on other pieces of land. And so this is the thing, like, you know, a king owning, you know, the whole estate that's under the king and all that kind of stuff is something quite different.
Yes, I agree.
So the reason I'm talking about this is because this concept of you know, slavery, what it all comes back to is the idea that it's a maxim that all kinds of slavery are bad, pretty and fundamentally bad, really sensitively depends on what this definition of slave is, and what this definition of, you know, or servant or servitude is.
Hakeem, can I ask you something real quick? Sorry about that, man, but it's a question that I do always have, and right now we're right on the
Jose,
topic.
is it related to what the discussion is, or is it going to go on a tangent?
No, it's what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Because we're talking about the land and the slavery and all that, right? And how slavery is in Islam and all this stuff, right? So I just want to make sure that because this is not really a topic that I like, but I do need to know because I question it. But okay, so the difference between I guess an Islamic slavery and I'm assuming the other worldly slavery, like what is the difference? Because like what I'm understanding, like I'm in America, right?
We've just spent at least half an hour going over those differences.
Yeah, I know, I'm so sorry, man, but it's 'cause I just hopped on.
Yeah, and Jose, what we'll do is this conversation where we'll try to stick to this concept of slavery because it's not covered a lot of times. People don't cover it because of how sensitive it is. So just wait a bit on what this is, because I need to add a few things, Brother Islam, because there's something which is totally missed by people in the modern sense, right? And you would agree to it. For most people, right, you're actually never going to be able to afford housing in their lifetime unless they put themselves in debt for being able to afford this. Now, for example, Nate, over here today in Canada, if you want to own a house, you need to have, if you want to outright buy a house, right, you need to have at least $500,000 in your bank. Okay, if you want to get a house, $500,000. Without that, you're unable to afford a house. Now, is housing, to you, Nate, is housing a right for every human being? For a human being to live their life with dignity and with honor and take care of their necessities, do you think housing is a human right?
I think it's both a right and a privilege to be able
a right and a privilege. Okay.
Yeah.
One of both.
How is something a right and a privilege?
Yeah. I mean, the problem is, okay, if I call it a right, then, you know, there's a lot of counter arguments to it being a right, because I wouldn't be fulfilling a right almost in any country, because do we, like you guys are arguing, are we sovereign over our land? Because I own this property, but I can't build within a certain distance from my boundary, right? So how sovereign am I actually? Yeah.
In Islam, housing is a right. Okay. Food, clothing, these are rights. Human beings have the right to be clothed, to be fed. If, as a Muslim, and this is what Sharia law brings to a society, what is not talked about a lot, right? Sharia ensures that everybody is everybody has food, everybody is clothed, okay? Everybody has a right to a house, a place to live. They're not wandering around.
What do you mean that they've got the right to the house? Like, do you just give them land?
Well,
yes.
Yeah. Well, to be housed. Yeah. And this is an interesting thing, is because this it doesn't mean like super communism and a centralized authority doing all this stuff. It means the Islamic network, through various different mechanisms, ensures that this has to be done. There's various different sort of stages.
I think it's not realistic in this modern age to
So
just give
this is
people
interesting.
land. People abuse land. Our country has given people land. You know how negligent they are with their land.
Well, I would agree, but I would say the problem has come in.
You can't just give people land.
But the thing is, the economic.
Sorry,
he asked what country you're from.
You're in South
Africa.
Africa.
I don't know what to say.
I'm in South Africa.
South Africa, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
So the thing is, again, this thing of like land and abusing it and so on, like it's land banking and how much has become part of the overall sort of system of investments and banking, and it's underpinning mortgages, and the housing is not just about getting people housed anymore. It's part of the whole sort of financial system, and it is there's a lot of mess involved in that.
I understand,
it doesn't so when in the modern world, like I'm saying that the Islamic system would it gets rid of all riba, right? So all of the ideas of mortgages and everything of that kind obliterated. You can't have any of it under the Islamic system. So the whole thing about land being used as an investment, land banking and stuff like that, breaks down. If you are basically losing out unless you're actively managing and using that land properly. So it's a whole different framework, to start with. And when you're talking about give the land, well, this is why I distinguish between just like a central government that just has a bunch of land to just give people, versus the right of housing, where everyone has a right to be housed, and there's various different mechanisms they could fall through in order to get achieved. And ultimately, if they find themselves unable to be satisfied by any of those mechanisms, they can go to the ruler and start again and try and find who should or under this Sharia, who should be giving you housing, or what how should you be housed. Now the thing is, this again relates to a conversation I've had with a number of people, which is, for me, there's a deep analogy between finally being able to afford to pay off your mortgage and buying your freedom, in the sense that someone used to buy their freedom in the Roman Empire, and someone used to actually become a real citizen. Because it's almost like until you've actually bought a property and paid it off, then you are forced to be on a treadmill, come what may. You are forced to feed into the state and the system and everything else. You can't just go and decide, I want to farm vegetables and have some chickens and live my life, however I want. What I mean, so
I understand. But listen, here's my view about what you guys are talking about.
I just want to put it another way. Hang on a second. Just let me put it one other way. Just because it's like, I feel that there's only a narrow sense in which you can define slavery such that the modern system has less slavery. And I think if you use a more holistic view on it, the modern system is kind of worse in terms of endorsing slavery. It's just not viewed that way.
Okay, so here's my quick thoughts. Okay, I think that you guys have got a very utopian view about Sharia law and Islam giving people land. And I mean, who gets the land by the river? Who gets the fertile land? Who gets the rocky land? Who gets the land up on the hill and down in the valleys where it gets flooded? I'm telling you now, nobody is going to live in peace and harmony in your utopian. Everybody gets some land, and we're not going to have any problems. This is humans, okay? We're going to fight over land, okay? I want the river. I want all the best land. I want the cultivated land. Give me the place where I can make vegetables and have my cows.
Your incredulity makes me. Hang on a second, Faisal. I love this in a way because your incredulity that it could really work, because it sounds just utopian. Like there is real case study in history. You can go see how it worked. It's amazing.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is it.
It won't work.
Well, you can't say something won't work if it already has.
Work.
See, I love this.
Fight over land. People will fight over land. People will take your land. They'll build on your land. They'll invade your land. They'll extend their boundaries into your land.
Okay. Stop. Okay.
I'm not running the whole virtual machine. You're running a virtual machine.
Yeah. But I love this reaction. I love this reaction. It seems like this sort of a society would be something you would actually be willing to support. That if the society, if this is what is being offered, that food, clothing, housing, the dignity of the human life, right? All of this is being guaranteed. All of this is made responsibility of the collective, the state as well, right? And the state is actually doing that. And it's not about just unlimited distribution. I mean, if the state is going to give you a land, the examples that we have is that if somebody had too much land which they were not irrigating, which they were not farming on, that part of land which they were not farming on was taken away from them and given to someone else who was actually able
They're not going to be happy about that.
They weren't happy. But that doesn't mean that this, you don't have to make everybody happy. That's the number one rule, right? But do you think that is something which is good, where this is guaranteed? Do you think this?
If everybody got an equal patch of land with the equal amount of resources, okay, then it would be great, because nobody would be living any closer or any further than anybody else. We'd all have the same piece of fertile land.
How are you qualifying this?
Hang on a minute. That wouldn't make sense at all. Like some people have, for example, larger families. Some people have different expertise. Some people hate being by the river. Some people love being by the river. Some people will want trees and whatever. Some people want to live in the mountains with goats. Like, so people want all sorts of different things. Like, people are not a mono crop, right? And so that's why this stuff can work. But again, if you don't believe in Allah, right, then you have no reason to believe that things will work out when you follow his rules.
Yeah, because I know human nature, and human nature is greedy, okay? And also for myself, I don't want, like, if you give me a small little piece of land for my little family, okay, I might want a bigger piece of land, and I might want to work towards that bigger piece of land, okay? Yeah. So I work hard, I study hard. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you've got the economy.
Yeah, but then in Islamic society, Islamic society had a ginormous economy, lots of trading and stuff like that. People did work hard to work up more because they deserved more, earned more. In whatever sense, if someone was better at doing a bunch of stuff with the land, then they'd end up with more control over that land. Like they basically, what we're getting at is that there is a different system from the market. And you can put faith in Allah and his rule set rather than putting faith in the market and some other rule set. And this is the thing, is the idea that the market gives freedom and is optimal and self-balancing and stuff. I don't think it works in reality. I think that is very much a utopia.
I agree with you that the market is not perfect. Okay, capitalism is not perfect. I mean, you have rich billionaires, who just fire people left, right, and center, who don't give a crap, who gather so much resources and for such a few amount of people, are absolute billionaires. They'll never even be able to spend half of the money that they actually have, because you can't buy enough stuff with that. And Nate, then you've got suffering all around you.
Yeah. So here's the crux of it. Here's the crux. One sec, Faisal. Here's the crux, right? So we would argue that Muslims are not perfect, but Islam is perfect. So what we'd say is that when there are imperfections in historical examples of the system, it will boil down to where humans haven't done the best job of following the system, right? But Islam is not to blame, the people are. Whereas in capitalism, or the general sort of system that's allowed under the UN, put a better word, the quote unquote free world, free trade thing. Under that system, for me, like, it's fundamentally broken. It's fundamentally out of contact with reality. It relies on assumptions that will just never be true for humans, can't be, and it just gets worse over time. Increasing the social disparities. The balancing force historically has been warfare. As long as you have a large enough global war, it starts to rebalance. And other than that, it doesn't have a balancing mechanism. It just gets worse. So for me, like, Islam is perfect and Muslims aren't, and that's why you don't see a perfect manifestation in the world. Whereas this other secular view, it's terrible, and the fact that it works to some degree is based on the goodness of humanity, what we call the fitra, the things that are, it takes what's good that's been put in humans for granted, and that's why it works at all. You see the sort of dipole I'm sort of aiming at there.
I understand.
So Nate, in short, when you realize, right, you would actually realize that not only is this system the best system, right, the fact that you believe in God actually allows you to implement the system in the best way, right? It's impossible for you to envision it because you don't believe in God, right? The fact that you will be held accountable after death, the fact there is an afterlife, the fact that there are consequences of your action in the afterlife, right? That very concept, that very notion makes people accountable to themselves as well. Otherwise, in an atheistic society or a system where you don't have this ultimate responsibility, right? You're not accountable to anything. Now, talk about billionaires.
I am accountable, Faisal, because I just want to say you're making a straw man statement.
Sorry, not you, but as an atheist, most atheists won't be accountable. I'm not speaking of you.
We're still accountable to friends and family, to our country, to our neighborhoods, to the people
that is
and
only,
our associates.
That is only if you value those relationships. What if it's someone who doesn't value those relationship, right?
Okay, if it's a narcissist or a psychopath, you're going to have the same problem in Islam, because you won't be able to control that person. You might be able to say, oh yeah, but we've got laws and things, and if he takes his shahada, he'll be able to. I'm telling you now, psychopaths will not be able to conform.
So that's the thing. If they are Muslim, and if they do believe in the idea of a creator, and if they do believe they will be held accountable, right, they will still have this. They will have this. What do you call it? Just being selfish. They would want to make sure that they're in the good books, so to speaking, of this creator.
If they believed in, this is a very interesting point that's quite delicate to make clearly, because if they were a narcissist, as in that's part of their nature, then they will reject Islam, because that part of their nature is to be arrogant and self-superior, which is exactly what Iblis is supposed to be, right? And that's exactly what we're supposed to move against. We're supposed to be the exact opposite of that. So if this person's nature was to be narcissistic, yes, they would reject Islam. They'd have a terrible time in an Islamic environment. They wouldn't be able to fit in with any of it, and they would be one of the shayateen, and they would look like it, smell like it, everyone would smell it a mile off, because you can't fake being a proper integrated part of the Muslim community.
But if they become Muslim,
but if they appear to be narcissistic, or they've somehow grown up in a way where it's kind of impregnated in them, or imprinted on them or something like that, but actually that's not part of their nature, then Islam will clean them right up. And if they actually believe in Allah and the judgment and so on, and even if they were purely selfish, they would just do it just to get all the good rewards, and avoid the hellfire. So it works even for those edge case people. The only people it doesn't work for are the people who fundamentally, by definition, are shit human beings, right? And they've been
there are a
made
lot of them.
ridiculous.
I mean, clinical
Well,
psychopaths. I mean, you're not going to be able to control them. They have no empathy. They don't really
but we
care
well, I mean,
about.
I don't know. Psychopaths
They'll
may
learn
have
rules about how to
psychopaths-
behave. They'll learn the rules, but they won't be able to follow them with their heart. They have
right,
no
but
fitra.
some psychopaths may have a good positive reason they're created. You know, in certain times of war or certain other kind of situations, they're exactly the person you need. So on that, I would say, you know, Allahu Alam. The thing is, people are only judged within their capacity. If Allah made them such that they didn't have any capacity for, you know, using and you know, applying their heart properly and so on, you had that sort of, you know, disability, it wouldn't be judged in that way. Like, the judgment's all quite fair, but as long as he stuck to the rules, he wouldn't be abusing anyone. And if he didn't stick to the rules, he'd be accountable for that. So it even works in these edge cases, which is very interesting. You know?
Exactly the same thing that you just said applies to a humanistic worldview, a humanistic based laws and rules.
I don't think it works without God.
You said, you know, if he's sticking to the rules, he's conforming to society, no problem. He doesn't. Okay, he's either going to go to jail or he's going to get hanged or, you know, face
no. It was
like
the afterlife. No, this is the crucial distinction: is the afterlife. If there's no afterlife, then they're making a value judgment and a risk judgment based on this life and whether they think they should bother conforming to the rules or whether they think they're going to get away with it and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I don't think
if you believe in God and the afterlife, there's obviously no getting away with it. You see what I mean? So we're not saying that the rules of Islam being there, you know, automatically fixes these people. I'm saying that if this person were a Muslim, so if this person actually believed in God and the afterlife, it changes the equation fundamentally compared to humanism. Because in humanism, they're always making this risk judgment, and they've only got this life to you know, to balance. You know, do I do this even though there's certain risk and so on and so forth? Whereas with God and the afterlife, he's not missing anything. So you're not going to get away with anything. There will be consequences, and you know, so that's why it's a fundamental asymmetry between the two positions. You see what I mean? You can't say the same.
I'd be very fascinated to speak to a clinically diagnosed sociopath or psychopath, if you can find one, who is actually a practicing Muslim. I'd love to. I mean, you get them.
I would too. Yes.
But yeah.
But that's the thing.
To understand how their mind thinks.
It's interesting because we actually have a mechanism to correct this without having to resort to something which is punitive. Okay, but there is no mechanism within the naturalistic humanist framework which would correct this sort of behavior. All right, now
there's functional corrections that Nate spoke about, which is like, you know, there's certain boundaries that are covered by law that if they do that, they get. So there is some.
That's what I mean, without being punitive, right? So if you bring in the law and if you have punitive if you have punishment for it, if you have something like that, right? Definitely, it would. You would be able to control this sort of behaviors somewhat. Now, where were we? One of the other things
I think the distinction you're making was whereas if you believe in Islam, then there are actual controls on yourself and your behavior that are functional. Whereas if you believe in naturalism, you don't have any inherent sort of controls that come along with that. Like it then becomes a matter of meeting with the social norms, which, you know, both versions have.
So I mean, basically, you guys would say, well, you know, you've got the afterlife that you have to consider. So you're going to have judgment. So you got to, you know, stick to the rules. These are the rules, guidelines, etc., etc. You got to, you know, pray or whatever other activities you have.
Well, also take care of your intentions.
Whatever.
But crucially, you've got to take care of your intentions while you're doing things, because you don't get judged on your actions and your outcomes. You get judged on your intentions
while performing those actions. So it's again, it's something which you would understand once you switch to switch your machine, right? But for now, just hear us out. Now, the other thing is, let's take this. Do you think this system is better now? would it result in a better society than the system that you were talking about? Right? Just based on it solving one more issue than the other one. Okay, so it will result in a better society now. In that
I mean, if the person, I mean, if the psychopath fully 100% believes in an afterlife, and he believes in some kind of judgment and possibly reward, you know, in an afterlife, but then you have to judge his intentions as well, because if he's just doing that to gain some kind of reward, and in his heart and mind he still have these psychopathic, you know, tendencies and ideas.
We don't judge the intentions. It's really God who's judging the intentions. That's how He will make the judgment, right? We don't know the hidden, because the intentions are part of the hidden, right? And it's only God who's aware of both the hidden and what's the what do you call it?
The manifest or the
manifest, right? Yeah. The actions are manifest. The actions show you what the person is trying to do. Now, here's another thing, Nate. You talked about the billionaires and hoarding of wealth. This is one of the things that is actually prohibited in Islam. The idea of monopolizing on a particular market segment, right? Islam is completely against that. The idea is to allow the market forces to play. Capitalism is understood as the dominant force in a market in Islam, right? However, there's a limit to it, that you do not allow just unbridled uninterrupted capitalism, because we've seen where it leads to. The wealth gets distributed completely, it's lopsided, with a few people getting all the money, and most of the society does not have it.
But hang on, like I see exactly the same thing happening in Islamic countries. I mean, look at Qatar. Look at the differential in wealth in Qatar.
But remember what
the
I said about,
or the you know.
Remember what I said about Islam versus Muslims.
No, that's a good point, right? And Brother Sam, this is what we were finding out, that if these people were practically implementing the Islamic solution, which would be the paying of the zakat and increasing the alms that they're supposed to give, increasing the sadaqah, because the more wealth you have, the more you would be held accountable. If these people were holding on to the what do you call it, the core of the faith, and understanding what they're supposed to do with their wealth, they would actually be alleviating the poverty issue in most of the rest of the Muslim world, right? They would be investing in food banks, investing in making more agricultural land, investing in reclaiming the land from lost irrigable lands in different parts of the Muslim world. They would actually,
instead of building 6-star hotels and stupid 100-kilometer walls and whatever.
All of this is an abomination compared to, you know, what the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ taught and showed and stuff. So it is a good example. Like I said, it's and what you will find is the problems and the excesses are where they've deviated from what Islam should be. Because the point, remember, this life is, we call it dunya, is a very short test. It's like a little delta X in your analytic function that continues forever, right? And it just sees, what are you going to do with this little variation, you know? And so, you know, we're looking at the you know, we should be able to see, okay, something's wrong there. What's wrong? And what's wrong in those cases is that they're infected with the general modus operandi that came out of the Bretton Woods Agreement and so on, which set up the New World Order in the first place. You know, that's how they got given the power and put in the power they're in the first place. You know, and it was handed to them and guaranteed to them, and especially because they're willing to buy into the petrodollar. It was specifically because they prioritized the Western trade framework over Islam that they're in that situation. It's certainly
are these guys, you know what I mean? Are these countries and these sheikhs and these wealthy guys not supposed to be some kind of example of Muslim Islamic
Hang on,
rule.
careful.
I
Careful,
mean,
don't roll the sheikhs in with this, because the sheikhs are not rich. Most of them really aren't. It's there's the royal families, but I wouldn't put the sheikhs in with that. They're not like that.
which, sorry, is sheikh like a religious
Yeah,
designation?
they're the people
it's
of
not
knowledge. Yeah, the people of religious
Okay,
knowledge. Yeah,
okay.
sometimes they have higher status and so on, and sometimes they do get closer to the political apparatus. Some of them are wealthy, but by far most of them are not. And where they live in apparently wealthy accommodations, it's only because of the current role they serve as essentially a jurisprudence expert for the the state legislature or so on, or for the royal family. But the royal families living in such excess. I mean, if you knew, and I hope one day you get to know more about the Prophet Muhammad SAW and the way he conducted and advised things, and about the people who were close to him, who followed on from him, and how they conducted themselves as caliphs, none of them would behave like that at all. And you could see why. You could see why for them it would be abominable to live in such riches with other people. Not so much around.
So I mean, from what I get from you guys, I mean, I see your heart is like you want this kind of utopian society where everybody is ruled by Islamic Sharia law in its truest sense, okay? Like truest sense, following the exact laws that was laid down, and we're all living in harmony and peace with each other.
Yeah, but this is in Jannah. This is after. We're not. Yeah, we're not going to have that in dunya. We're not going to have that in this life.
I'm saying, like, now you guys believe that bringing on Sharia law is not like anything that's currently available. So you're saying that no country is practicing the true Sharia law, okay? Or none of them are a true representation of what Sharia law actually is.
Especially so that I may be able to travel to some of these countries without being arrested. Let me just be very clear. No, what I'm saying is that nobody is perfect. So of course nobody is going to be perfectly implemented.
So you're never going to get this true utopian idea.
Hang on. Let me.
Yeah, go.
No. The reason I'm saying nobody is perfect is not going to be perfectly implemented. Of course, then we're not going to see in this life a perfect implementation of that rule set with it all working out very well. But remember what I said is this isn't ideal. Now, I do think that the closer you get to properly implementing Sharia, along with everything else that comes with it, so not that you build it in some state and then force it on a population, because that would itself be a violation of the way of doing it according to Sharia in the first place, right? But if it were properly organically generated as it should be and so on, the result would be better than the system of humanist rights and the economic system and so on that's been put forward in the New World Order and that sort of stuff. That's sort of what I'm claiming, is that if we strive for the Islamic ideal, then we as a global population will be better off than if we strive for the ideals that are currently laid down in the United Nations. But the idea of this utopia, if you like, would only exist in the afterlife, not in this life. So they're distinct things. Does that make sense?
Sure.
But if you're already calling it an utopia, right? To me, it represents that you've given into the idea that this is a better style, better way of living than what we currently have, because that's the only way you would accept it as utopian.
Yeah, I mean, there's still questions of how do you try to equally, or how do you dish out this land? How do you dish out this wealth? That type of stuff. I think there's practical. So yes, it's a great utopia in your mind, but I think the practical reality is that it can't work.
Okay. So
the
I don't know if
humanity of human nature is going to defeat your utopia.
But interesting, because I think it works better with human nature. Now, one thing I would say very, very briefly is that, so I I always felt, as particularly as an autistic person, right, that the society built for the norm was particularly bad for me compared that it was for someone who was more neurotypical, right? I felt particularly that things were less built for me, that I would
Systems
always,
and the
hang on,
setup is probably
I would always be perpetually somehow, disadvantaged and not fit in so well, like, that sort of thing. When it came to understanding Islam and so on, and how the Muslim community works, so forget the whole global system or the governance system of a country, even just looking at the way the local Islamic community works, local Muslim community, it worked for me. It worked amazingly for me. So there's this guy who's come from like a completely different society that he was raised in, and was raised, and is a very neurotypical, opposite of neurotypical kind of person with a very different way of thinking and feeling, that kind of stuff. And even for me, this system worked much better. Like that was something that in itself is worth quite a lot of sort of deep thought and exploration. So there's certain fundamental rules, for example, in the Islamic culture, which derive from that you get when people are as a group following these rules, even in a local community, even in a limited capacity, which worked even for me, and they work for all those people. In the Islamic community here, where I live in England, or the one where I took Shahada, you have people from every country. Like, it's the most mixed, and every country and every strata of wealth. It is the most mixed group you'll ever see. Like, you can't go to a concert or anything and find a more mixed group of people than you find in the Muslim community. It's amazing. And yet this same framework and the same way of living together works for everyone. That is amazing. It doesn't seem to be the case.
But it doesn't work for everyone. It doesn't work for everyone.
I mean,
there are women who leave Islam who say that it's oppressive for them. That, whatever reasons they have. I hear Islamic deconversion stories all the time. So
hang on a minute.
The claim that it works for everybody is false.
Okay, if you were to take it to the extreme of everybody who is under or inside that community, then yeah, okay, I would need to give a more carefully qualified statement. Okay, fair enough, because there are always exceptions, but you would then, how do I put this way? Are they part of, if they are leaving the community and they are dissatisfied with the community and they don't like it, then were they integrated with that community or not?
I can't speak for everyone who has left, but their reasons for leaving vary from social things to the same as me, reasoning your way out of it.
Right. So here's the thing. So in my experience, when I see people, and I've seen a lot of these, I left, I deconvert, and so on, I've never seen someone leave something that is recognizably Islam, or as in either intellectually or even practically. What they've left
speaks against Islam more than you imagine.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't
at
all. It doesn't for the following reason, right? What they label as Islam should not be labeled as Islam, because what it is deviations, cultural practices, problematic things that should not be there in the first place. And often these guys are leaving there saying, I've got this problem with this concept, and it's a broken concept of Allah, or a broken understanding of the Quran, or your relationship with, like, they leave broken stuff. They're not leaving
and they're leaving a straw man. They're leaving a straw man, essentially.
And so I don't refute that people will leave Islam. Remember, that's part of the whole eschatology. Like, the whole, even before the eschatology, that's part of the whole system. We expect people to not want to be Muslims and to leave it as well, because it's a dividing line. It divides people into two groups. And this is what being on earth and being tested and judgment is all about. So I'm obviously not trying to make the statement that Islam works for everyone, in that, like, whoever touches it is going to want to get drawn into it more and more and so on, because it's a dividing. You're either in the group or you're outside the group. Some people will be repelled from it. Some people will find it repulsive. What I was trying to say is that You know, you have this extremely diverse group of people, and this system works independent of all those different diversities of people. That's not to say that it will work for every single individual you find, because that's not the premise either.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is the same thing can be said for atheists. You find atheists in all walks of life, and the same thing can be said of Christians. So you don't have a monopoly on, it works for everyone in all walks of life. So then I do want to answer another thing that was brought up quickly. They left because they want to follow their desires. That's a very naive way of thinking of things. Okay, you don't know every single person who has left. You haven't understood. And yes, you're saying, oh, they left because they don't have the true idea of Islam or my concept of Islam. I get the same thing from Christians. Well, you were never a real Christian. Okay, yes, I was. Okay, I believed 100%. I read the Bible twice. I prayed, every Saturday, 3 a.m. until 6 a.m. And I believed. I followed, I believed Jesus was my savior and he was my closest friend. I spoke to him regularly.
My friend, you believed in
and I still left. Going on at the point, like there's a crucial difference, is that in Islam, it is an objective assessment as to whether it's not, oh, my version, your version, we all have a different version of Islam. No, there's an objective thing. Is this inside or outside? Like, is this in accordance or not? It's not a matter of taste or opinion. It's something that you can do with deep analysis. Like, the whole analytical framework is there. It is an objective thing to decide. It's different from in Christianity, where someone can say, well, that wasn't the true Christianity. This is not the no true Scotsman fallacy. It's very, very different because of the frameworks are different, the way they work.
By the way, I do want to go into this, Brother Islam and Nate. Nate, this is interesting. It's just like we're talking about case studies, right? This is our history. This is what we cling to, right? So this is a story about Abdurrahman bin Auf. May Allah be pleased with him, right? He is he is one of the companions of the Prophet. I won't go read everything, but okay, let me read it. He is Abdurrahman bin Auf bin Abdul Auf ibn Abdul Harith bin Zahra bin Kalab. That's sort of giving his lineage. He's from the Quraysh tribe. He was from the tribe the Prophet peace be upon him was from. His name in Jahiliyyah, that is before he became a Muslim, before Islam came, days was Abu Amr. But when he accepted Islam, the noble Prophet ﷺ called him Abdur Rahman, the servant of the beneficent God, right? The successful generous merchant. One day when Al-Madinah was calm, heavy dust was accumulating near it till it covered the horizon. The wind pushed these quantities of yellow dust coming from the soft sand of the desert so that they came near the gates of Al-Madinah, blowing strongly over the streets. People thought it was a raging storm, but soon they heard beyond the dust the noise of a great caravan. After a while, 700 heavily laden camels were crowding the street. People were calling each other to see the festive scene and rejoicing at the provisions the caravan might be carrying. The mother of the faithful, Aisha radiallahu anha, may Allah, heard about the coming caravan and asked, what's going on in Al-Madinah? What's going on in Medina, right? She was answered, it's a caravan of Abdurrahman bin Auf coming from Syria carrying his goods. al-Mu'mineen basically said, but can one caravan make all this tremor? Yes, al-Mu'mineen, there are 700 camels. So 700 camels is like, he's sort of a millionaire, right? A sort of millionaire / billionaire of the time, right? Of that place. Aisha radiallahu anha nodded and looked away as if searching for the memory of a scene she had witnessed or a conversation she had heard. Then she said, I heard the messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, say, I saw Abdurrahman bin Auf crawling into paradise, right? Why was he crawling into paradise? Now remember, I need to tell you this, Nate. He's one of the guys, Abdurrahman bin Auf is one of the guys who was promised that you will be in paradise. Okay, that was the promise from the Prophet peace be upon him. So like it's saying he's got the golden ticket. He is going to be part of the cool kids, sort of speaking, as you want to say, right? So when some of his friends informed him of what Aisha radiallahu anha said, okay, he remembered that he heard the Prophet peace be upon him, say this hadith more than once in various forms. Before unloading the camels, he hastened to Aisha radiallahu anha's house and told her, I call you to witness that this caravan with all its load is in the cause of Allah Almighty. And the load of 700 camel was distributed among the people. When we say it's going to Allah and the messenger, essentially it means it's going to the public or it's going to the state, right? That's normally how it's understood. Was among the people of Al-Madinah and the places around it in a great charity festival. So basically he gave everything, the whole 700 camel load away to the people, all right? This incident alone, so this is essentially what we're talking about. Like, you become a millionaire, you're responsible to Allah for the wealth that He's given you. The concept of having wealth and what it is, it just changes your perspective completely. Now, are these rulers of Qatar and UAE and all those places, are they doing this? Do you see them do this? No.
No.
They're building their palaces. Are they following what Islam has actually taught us? No. Right? So this is the difference that we're talking about. When think about it, if in a society 700 camels worth of goods were distributed, would it alleviate the society's problems, or would it actually add to it?
It would alleviate it for
Yeah.
some time, but not
And then
like permanently.
yeah, for some time. But it's not just some time, Nate. If you take the wealth that the billionaires have, and you distribute it to the people who are the poorest in the society, do you know what ends up happening? And this is basic economics. You would understand it if you understand any of
the rich get rich again within a very short amount of time.
Yeah, but this is a cycle, right? The people who are being giving this wealth, right? They will use it. They will spend it in the market because they need to spend it. For the rich, they'll hoard it. The poor would actually spend this money. When the poor spend the money, this increases the wealth of the society as a whole. It makes the economy better. And this is actually real wealth being generated in the society. Because what is the GDP, or what's the total value of an economy? Right? It's how much the wealth circulates within the society, how much wealth there is and how much it circulates, right? So by forcing the rich to give the wealth to give charity, to give this, right? You've basically made sure that wealth that was not part of the economy, that was being hoarded, is now becoming part of the economy, and the economy improves as a whole. Okay,
so
everybody
to some degree, I agree with you. You will have some redistribution of wealth if you had to, let's say, equally distribute it, or however or distribute part of it. There will be, the economy is turning. You have an influx of money that people can spend. But the problem is, have you seen these millionaires that win the lottery, and then within no time at all, they just blow all of that money? They have parties and whatever, and then the money is just gone, and they're just literally. We have this type of situation in South Africa where these millionaires spend their money, and they're literally practically hobos, within a very short amount of time. Okay, because people don't understand how to spend the money. They might gain that wealth, but they don't have the savvy on how to spend it wisely. So you can buy, new clothing and a house and whatever, but at some point you need to be educated on how to properly spend it. And that's the problem. Okay. Most people don't have the savvy to be able to invest it properly. Yes, there will be people like me. You give me $1 million or $1 million or whatever, I think I can do a pretty good job
I'm not giving you $1 million.
Of making sure that my family will be well looked after for a long time. But you do that to other people, and they're just going to blow it on parties and drugs or whatever.
We famously had a guy in England who he won the lottery, and then he was on benefits the next year. This stuff.
That's exactly what I was just talking about.
But it misses
that's
the key
misrepresenting.
point.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't say misrepresenting. I'm saying it's missing the key point.
That's an extreme. I understand. It's not going to happen to every single person. I'm just saying you will have that
isn't
situation.
even the case.
You know?
Let
Again,
me
Nate,
try and
that's
approach
not
it
the
from
case,
a
okay?
slightly different angle. In
Can you
general,
hold
when
off,
you
brother Sam? Brother
okay,
Sam, can you hold off? Because I want to make sure that he understands what we're talking about here. Now, here's the reason why this is important, right? So there are certain people who are blessed with the ability to do business. They're, regardless of
Yep.
what situation they're in, they're able to generate money. They're able to just do amazing things,
Yep.
right? Regardless of how little
They got the
capital they have
savvy.
or how much capital they have. Yes,
Business
they're
savvy.
just gifted in that way, right?
Yeah.
Now, if these people are, when they're generating these a lot of funds, they're generating money, right? An economy where everybody has disposable income, right? The problem right now is most of the people, almost 80 to 90% of the people, don't have enough disposable income to take care of all their needs, not their luxuries, not the things they want, but the needs, just the needs.
Mhm.
But if an economy is actually built in that way that people who have all of these funding, they're forced to give these funds to the people who have uh, no disposable income, right? And they now have disposable income. They're actually going to first spend on the needs. Ideally, if they have, I mean, a rational person would. Now, yes, you have those outliers. We're not talking about the outliers, but I'm talking about the general population. Now, what happens is, for someone like him, someone like Abdurrahman bin Auf, radiallahu anhu, the best businessman in early Islam, right? He would be able to generate more income. Now, in Islam, you have this idea of giving charity once every year, which is about 2.5% of your wealth. This is an exceptional situation, which we talked about, the 700 camel that he gave away, the camel loads that he gave away. But he is, regardless of what the situation is, he has to give out 2.5% of his wealth, not his income, but his wealth, right? So if he's sitting on a property of 100 million, his total wealth is 100 million, he has to give out the 100 million, 2.5% of the 100 million. I'm simplifying it, but there's sort of some there's some nuances in how that is being
it'd be on net wealth, and I think one of the key things is you can't use a bunch of instruments to hide what your net wealth value is, because
because now you're responsible to Allah. If you're hiding it, you're responsible to Allah. Now, this is when you have something like this in the society, it ensures that the economy remains active. There's wealth circulation in the economy. There is stagnant wealth from these billionaires. It's being pumped back into the economy, and it's becoming part of the circular the circulation of wealth in the economy.
I think there's more fundamental factors, though, which is that if you take forget winning the lottery for a moment, just because I mean, really, if you're an investment banker, quite often you're basically winning the lottery, or you're winning on gambling, let's say, different kind of gambling. But obviously some people are better at it than others, better at managing their risk and so on. And so the thing is, in the non-Islamic paradigm, you tend to think that you've earned the money. You have the right? It's because of the good things you did, or it's because of you that you have this money. But in the Islamic paradigm, it's a blessing and a test. So it's not due to you. You say, it's alhamdulillah, or praises for Allah for it. So, when I get my, my income or whatever from doing my work, it's not, I'm really good, and so that's why I got much more income than my neighbor. It's, Allah has blessed me, and I need to be really careful with what I've got. And it's that sort of mechanism, I think, quite apart from the exceptional cases, we talk about the mean balancing of everything. It's that mechanism, that entire different mentality about what money and earning is and what it's for, that leads to a more liquid society in terms of the financial flows, and also I think a healthier one. And the other element to this is about your security. A lot of people are building up more and more wealth, really as a means of security, because they think, you know, the more wealth they have, the more secure they are. But in Islam, if you're a believing Muslim, you don't believe that it gives you any security. Your security comes from Allah. You think, you know, my life could end tomorrow and my wealth could be taken away tomorrow. I could be poor tomorrow, you know, and this is something that, you know, I'm not saying people don't learn it outside of Islam. Some people do learn. They're like, I could, you know, I could be a paycheck away from being homeless. You know, I could have a serious problem and end up. So people do get that moral outside of Islam. I'm not saying it's exclusive to it, but I'm saying it's part of the foundation of how people think about wealth and how the society interacts in terms of its trading. So it does have a whole different like dynamic and mechanism that I think is more healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you guys are saying. It's quite early in the morning, so I'm going to have to go soon. Look, I mean, it sounds wonderful. Okay, redistribution of wealth. Yeah, let those guys with even. I don't mind giving 2% if I get 2% of a rich person's money. I just. Yeah, it's very difficult to picture it like working in reality because let's say, for example, even Musk. I mean, it's very difficult even for him to know what his own freaking wealth is because it's so hidden in all of the investments and in stocks and trades that you can't actually definitively say what his actual value is to even make him pay a 2% tax or whatever it would be. You know what I mean? It's wealth and like I own land, but is it disposable income? Now, do I have to pay 2% of the land value a year? Because that would absolutely kill me because my land is far more valuable than, you know, my income. So how exactly that would work, I don't know.
Yeah, so here's the thing. You're now asking about practically how it will be implemented. It's I'll tell you this. The house you live in, you're not going to be taxed on it. Right, the car that you need to go from work to home, you're not going to be taxed on it. But you have a second house, you have a third house, you get a 400 more houses. Yes, you're going to be taxed on that. Right. So there's ways in which it is a very just system when you get into it, Nate. Right. I know your question at the base is it just? Is it equitable? Is it how? You know, it is. Right. It's. We're not talking about a system that is something new that human beings are coming up with in the last 5 minutes or so. Like Islam and myself, we didn't come up with this, right? It's for 1400 years that this system has been in implementation.
Because as a, you know, as someone who appreciates empirical data, let's say, or at least, you know, historical data, you know, there is a lot of data on this system on when it's followed closely and when it's followed not so closely and so on and so forth, and you know how well it does work with human nature and so on. And actually the modern system post 1960, and it's already undergoing a massive overhaul now, basically, is relatively untested.
I agree. To some, you know, the problem that you guys have, I feel, is that you don't have a proper, like, you don't have an example of a nation or a state that is actively using this perfect utopian society in the modern age. Okay, so the question is, how will it practically work in a modern age? If we could go back 1,400 years.
think of it a different way. Like, remember what I said, no one can implement it perfectly. So let's look at it a different way. Let's look at the different societies where people are some distance from the Islamic ideal. And let's look at what's going on there. Because I think what you'll find is that in certain countries.
What's the country closest? Sorry to interrupt you.
It's hard to actually point out, Nate. I haven't done the study. I don't think Brother Sam, have you ever done the study as well?
No. What I was going to say is again, if we're to look at what we can practically do, we could take, you know, you could see certain elements where you can see they're closer or further away, and you could sort of try and do an analysis that way, and you can look at the thing is, when you say the modern world, we're really referring to, let's say, the post-Cold War, well, really, you know,
post-colonial,
post-World War II, even between colonial and World War II, it changed drastically. The post-World War II order, the Bretton Woods, you know, order, and so on, and in that order, it basically sought to crush people and groups and countries which try to live anything like the Islamic way, which it would have viewed as being basically a variant of communism, or a socio too socialist for their liking. It certainly didn't submit itself.
Yeah.
And, I mean, monotheism has always been a rival to the secular dominant system, which itself was built up as a system to.
So before that, okay, so before that, let's say before World War II, was there a country that you guys think was following like a semi-modern within the last 200 years? What do you think is the closest country that?
So Nate, one thing I would say, one thing I would point out here is that without the Khilafah, right, there is no way of establishing the Khilafah, the Caliphate.
Oh, the Caliph. Okay.
Without establishing Caliphate, there's no Islamic system that can be established.
That's what I was going to say. You'd have to go back to the Islamic Empire's last golden age as being the last example. But the best example would be the first
800
3
years.
Well, no, it's not that long.
For 30 years, yeah.
Yeah, actually, the best example would be to go back to the first 3 generations after Muhammad Sallallahu and to compare those with the different kind of ways things were done in different countries or in different societies at that time. That would probably be a better and a very interesting comparative analysis, because I think you'll find that the system we have now is not so different from the Roman system. Really not. A few different tweaks and a bit of change of clothing, but other than that, it's not that different. So it's kind of worth doing the analysis that way, I think.
Here's the thing, right? For most people who own a house, for example, at least in Canada, I know this to be true. Unless you're someone old who's got generational wealth, right? Most Canadians, when they own a house, they only own the house because they've got a mortgage on it. If you have a mortgage, do you really own that property?
Not really. I mean,
Not
a bank
really.
or
yeah.
I mean, is that not a way of slavery that you're paying off the bank the whole time? Are you really free? Are you really free?
Well, you don't have to pay them off. You've got the freedom to choose a different bank. You can't choose a different slave owner. You know what I mean?
Well,
but I understand slavery is very nuanced.
Well, this is the thing, it is, because I feel like there's types of de facto slavery that have become normalized just because they're not as bad as South Atlantic slavery. So then it's not you're not allowed to call it slavery at all, which kind of hides it and makes it acceptable. And there isn't really a good reason for why we should have this debt-based mortgage system, which has pushed the value and the cost of houses up so high and so on. Like, the whole thing has a really sordid history to it. And it's not economically beneficial. It's not beneficial to people. But it nevertheless is going to arise.
The only people who can afford a house today in Canada, for example, are not the people who can live in it, but the people who can invest in housing. And does that even make sense, Nate? The people who is a house a place of investment, or should it be a place where people should be able to go and create and live and actually have a family?
The people that are using it as an investment, they're using the system to their financial advantage, basically.
It is true.
But here's an interesting thing, though. It only works as an investment because
I want him to answer. I want him to answer. He's not answered this, right? Nate, I want you to answer this, right?
Strategically not answered.
Yes, exactly. So this is the reason why I'm asking you, right? Does it make sense that a house which is supposed to give you protection from the elements, give you protection from the wild and everything else that is around, give you protection from the rest of the society, because it allows you to be comfortable in the confines of your home, right? It allows a person to hold his own rules within the confines of his own home, which allows them to be free, to be able to think without limits, to be totally free. Do you think that is just luxury, something which is a privilege only, or do you think it should be a right of a human being, right? and the fact that you cannot own a house, but a person who can invest, they can pay, they can buy all of these houses on cash, right? These people who would never live in that building, do you think it makes any sense whatsoever that they should be able to afford a house, be able to pay off on a higher price, drive up the value of that property, because they're only investing in it because they want to drive up the value and increase the price and be able to sell it to another investor? Does this sort of a society make sense to you?
I mean, that's a kind of the society that we find ourselves in, right?
Yeah,
it's people
but the
that's
question
exploiting capitalism to their advantage.
Again,
I mean, it happens
here's the
exactly
thing.
the same way here. I'm trying to avoid the of course it doesn't make sense, but I mean, it makes sense I understand how they got there, or I could if they told me how they got the money in order to buy that.
Yes.
Maybe it's inheritance, maybe they had a business and they sold it, or maybe they just made an accumulation of investments, buying and selling property in order to
is it morally justified? Is it morally justified?
I don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
And that's
So
morally speaking, I don't see. I don't see a problem with that.
That's the thing, right? You don't see any problem with it. I see a problem with it because I can see. I know of a better system, which gives human beings their dignity, right?
Yeah, utopia that doesn't work in reality.
Well, hang on a minute.
Because of human nature.
This is why I wanted to. Okay, let me just talk about this one for a second. So,
yeah,
one, historically, we know this thing doesn't work. It does work, can work, just in the modern system, in the modern way it works right now. Embedded within the modern system, it's very difficult to see how it works because it's embedded within an incompatible system, right? So you've got to separate out those two things. Now, the key thing here is though the runaway problems that are being referred to, which I do think. I kind of have to concede there's a moral issue with it eventually because of the consequences that don't really have a good justification. It's more like, well, okay, every step seems okay, so I have to accept the whole thing, even though the consequences are pretty bad. But the core of this is the allowing of riba, right? The allowing of interest. Now, if you have a bunch of people, right, assembled making their own rules, I can't imagine them accept that they agree that if you loan someone some money, right, it's okay to ask for an extra percentage back, to ask for a bit more for having given the loan. Otherwise, why wouldn't I just keep the money and use it myself, right? I and every society has pretty much agreed to that, except societies that implement the laws of Abrahamic religions. And so basically that was, used to be Catholicism for a while. And they made the Jews do the money changing because usury was banned there. Used to be under Judaism, and has strictly always been banned by Islam. But other than that, everyone accepts this idea that the people who have spare money can lend it out and then get extra money back in return, which is this runaway exponential increase. And so whether it's via the vehicle of housing or any other kind of real assets, you still have this fundamental problem that's been put in place by this system of loans being key to wealth management. And the idea in Islam that this is fundamentally prohibited, I don't think humans are going to come together and decide that's immoral. Unless they've seen like 1,000 years of it destroying people's lives over and over and finally figured out we shouldn't be doing this. Whereas it's right there in the rule book, and as soon as you eliminate this riba, you eliminate all of these other kind of problems. The redistribution of wealth problem is the whole equation has changed. So do you see how like the mortgage situation, for example, is fundamentally changed from the ground up just by this one rule about that you don't add an extra percentage to a loan?
I mean, take another one, like food being a human right. Why have human beings, like, how long has the Human Rights Charter been out there? Why have we not been able to affirm the idea that food is a human right?
Because, I mean, somebody's got to grow the food, okay? If you grow the food, it's your right to eat the food, okay? But a farmer is growing the food. He has to pay for his family. How are you going to tell the farmer, well, the food is a human right, so we must just distribute all of your food to everybody? I mean, that's why I say you guys are living in a utopia that's not practically reality. You buy the food. Somebody's got to pay the money to buy the food. How do you get the money?
But the thing is, in a society where people believe that it's a blessing from Allah, not that they believe that they had it, they have a right. This is again this crucial distinction. What you're saying is what you're putting down to human nature is actually how human nature ends up working when it does not believe in Allah. That's not how human nature works under the condition that it does believe in Allah. And this is the crucial distinction. We're saying belief in Allah improves the human condition and the way people make their decisions. It's a system of value for that reason. So this thing of like, okay, if I'm a farmer and I've grown loads of extra stuff, from my perspective as a Muslim, it would be Allah has grown this stuff and He has put me in, given me responsibility over it, and is testing me about what I do with it. And I look then at my legal rights, I look at what I would want to do, I look at what my family is asking and so on, and the people around, the population and so on. Now, if everyone else is poor and I'm the one who's been given a crop that works, you'll bet that I will be giving all of that crop to the rest of the population. Absolutely. If everyone else is hungry and I'm not. Whereas, if I didn't believe in God, I'd probably be like, right, this is my chance to make a shed load of money that can keep me secure for the next 10 years, next 20 years, whatever. It would be a whole different equation that you're solving in your head.
Yeah, Islam, I hear what you're saying, but I do not believe what you're saying works in practical reality. If you were a farmer and even if you had this faith and you were working this farm with your hands, which I can't even picture because I'm pretty sure that you're a city guy and you don't milk cows with your hands and plow the land or whatever.
You would be surprised. But
Okay,
anyway, I tried to buy a farm.
I want to see you working in a farm.
I want to just share very quickly.
Okay. So what I'm saying is like
it is a hard life.
And then you work all of this on your farm, and then cool. You see all of these people that don't have food. You're not just going to distribute all of your food to feed the poor.
Well, no,
the poor is like a sieve. I mean, it just like you pour it in and it just runs through, man.
But this is the thing.
We give to the poor all the time. My wife gives to the poor. She bakes. She we give. I particularly try and find women with children that are sitting on the street. We give cupcakes. We give cakes. She bakes cakes for them. But it's just like it's literally a never-ending sieve on your finances.
It is. But you see, I think you do have good parts of that. There's good elements of human nature that recognize it's good to give and so on. And I think that's what it resonates with. But again, that the equation changes if you genuinely believe, look, I worked hard, but this is ultimately from God. And it is, I have had this. I've worked very hard in my other job, right? Which is not a farm job, although I wanted a farm job instead. I would rather have a farm and raise sheep is what I wanted to do, than the city job. But regardless, then I looked and see what can I give away? What can I reasonably give away this stuff? Because it feels like holding hot coals when you have excess wealth or excess money. As a Muslim, it feels much more like holding on to hot coals than something that you really want to hold on to. And so I think it really does. It really does change things.
There's a comment
if you
there.
Put your mind back to when you were Christian, right? Do you not feel that, like, surely when you were a Christian, you believed in God, you believed God was watching and would treat you, favorably in the next life, like if you gave something away versus not? Like, I assume you believed that when you're a Christian. Like, do you not feel your judgments have changed, like when you really believed in God in the afterlife versus not? Like, I can't see how your judgments could be the same. Like, your sense
honestly,
of personal
I think
security
I became even more. I have even more empathy for people being a naturalist. I'm actually being serious. The funny thing is, I don't know how that works. I'm more charitable now than what I was being a Christian. And maybe that's just my version of Christianity. And this person over here says, naturalist, it doesn't work because you don't want to believe. I mean, okay, I don't want to believe. Like, you don't understand my mind, how my mind works, and all of these discussions that I've had to claim that I don't want to believe, and then saying that a believer will be charitable. I'm also charitable, and I'm not a believer. Okay, just because you're a believer doesn't automatically make you a charitable person, right?
Well, no, actually, I wouldn't say if you are truly a believer, it does automatically make you as charitable as you can be. But being a non-believer, that doesn't then imply that a non-believer will not be charitable. There are charitable non-believers, and various different degrees of them. Yeah, but the point that a believer will be charitable, I think that does hold, because if you really believe, you will give away as much as you can figure out how to, or that you can reasonably live with. So
I'll agree that most faiths call you to at least give to the poor. So, but it doesn't follow that just because you're now an atheist that you don't do that. Okay?
Yeah, no, of course.
Atheists are still charitable people.
Can be. It's not precluded from it, but they're not automatically charitable.
Not always. Sure.
By the way, I want to go.
So what I wanted to ask though, because before we move on to something else, I just wanted to really interesting. You're saying, perhaps more charitable now than you were as a Christian. I mean, yeah, maybe that is an issue with the Christianity, but with what I would imagine, and this is something, my own personal reflections going from naturalism to Islam, is I used to feel some level of security or safety around having wealth, and so that I was somehow, safer or more secure or better off with some wealth than without it. And that's quite a fundamental thing, right? Is feeling like you have some security or some safety net. Whereas, believing in Allah, like the safety and the security comes from Him, not from having the money. So I'm quite interested in why is it not the case that when you believe God was there and would look after you, you would feel less need to hold on to money and therefore more freely giving in charity, than as a naturalist, you no longer believe there's a God looking out for you who's going to make sure things are okay? So doesn't that make you fear more for your safety than you felt for your safety before?
I'm trying to think. I don't know. I think I was just younger because I left Christianity in my mid-20s. Maybe I was just less mature on, I wanted things, my own things. So like I wanted, a cool computer, a gaming computer. I wanted, my own car. And I didn't have a more holistic view on life and people and financial situations. I think it was just maturity. That's what I can say. I don't want to blame Christianity. I'm just saying that when I was a believer up to the age of 25, I didn't see poverty in the same way as what I do now, and human suffering. Reading the books, reading the Bible and charity in the Bible, I gave my tithes and whatever, but I was less charitable to people suffering on the streets.
Okay. No, I think it's interesting. We'll never be able to do the experiment, but I wonder if you had, Islam, what would the difference have been? And the reason I say that is because Christianity seems to be quite vague in terms of its indications of what you should do and the impact of wealth, and even this notion of did I earn it, or is it all a gift from God? And it's all very crystal clear in Islam.
I want to talk this brother Sam, because I think this is very interesting.
Remember, Nate has to go, so we can probably make this the last one.
So this is the last thing that we were going to go over. All right. Okay. So of Umar bin al-Khattab, right? He was the second Khalifa of Islam. He followed after the first Khalifa, Abu Bakr,
Abu Bakr, yeah.
And he's the one whose armies are going around conquering Rome and Persia, just
Byzantine.
Byzantine, everyone is being sort of put in their place, pretty much, right? Now, this individual, what is he doing in Medina? Let's talk about this, right? So when Umar radiallahu anhu was the Khalifa, one night he was going around in Medina when everyone was sleeping to see that everything was okay in the city. And he's making rounds in the city at night time. Okay. Then he heard the sound of children crying coming from one house. He went nearer to the house and started listening. He heard the lady saying to her children, "Don't cry, wait a little bit more. The food is going to be cooked and I'm going to feed you." Umar radiallahu anhu continued to listen for some time. He waited and waited and waited, but the lady is still saying the same thing to her children. Okay. And he sort of realized something's wrong. He knocked on the door, said his salam, right? He asked her, "I'm seeing that this fire has been on for a long while. When is this food going to be cooked to feed those hungry children? They went to sleep feeling hungry and they woke up from hunger again and crying. Why are you not keeping your job properly to feed them early?" He's questioning her, "Why aren't you feeding your kids?" Okay, because as a parent, you're still required to feed your kids. Now, she replied, "Oh stranger, leave me alone. Do you think that the stone which is inside the pot is ever going to be cooked? I'm just fooling these children." Feeling shocked, Umar radiallahu anhu asked, "What happened? Where is their father?" "Their father is dead. He went to a war and he's dead." And she continued to say, "I'm going to claim my rights from the Khalifa in the judgment day." Right? So she's now there's this thing called ghaira, or this dignity in Islam, right? So she's not going out in public and claiming, "Oh, I need money," or "I need this." She was hiding her poverty. Okay. Now, how is he able to know this? Because he's going around trying to figure out, okay, who are the poor people? Who are the people who really need help? And he found this lady, and hearing this, Umar questioned her, "Oh lady, what did the Khalifa do to you? What has he done to you that you are saying these things about the Khalifa?" Now remember that actually it's sort of paraphrased over here, but the story is more or less how I've seen it in as it played out, right? Now remember, he is the Khalifa, but the woman doesn't know that he is actually the one making the round. She said, "These children's father died in the war, and Khalifa is not knowing that I'm here alone. Okay, I have nothing, and Khalifa is sleeping comfortably on his bed." Obviously, he's not, because he's making this round, but she doesn't know. Umar said, "Oh lady, if you didn't go to tell the Khalifa about this matter, how is he going to know?" Very, very logical, right? If you haven't gone out to tell, then how is he supposed to know? He said, if he wasn't going to know, why then did he become the Khalifa? Do you realize the level of the responsibility that is on the Khalifa in Islam, right? His job is to know. For that, I'm asking my rights from him in the judgment day, not in this life, but in the afterlife, essentially. That's what she's saying. Umar said to her, "You are right. You are very right. The Khalifa has to know that your husband died in this war." He went back to the Baitul Mal. Baitul Mal is like the treasury, the Muslim treasury, right? He got one can of oil, one big bag of flour. He got some other things. He put them all on his back. Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu, he's another companion of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and a cousin of the Prophet, peace be upon him, right? And he who was with him at that time have watched the incident when the Khalifa returned to Baitul Mal and instructed him, "Ya Ibn Abbas, put all of these on me." He didn't even ask somebody to carry it. He's saying, "Put all of this on me, the bag of flour, the oil, and everything else," right? He said, "No, I have to help you." "No, you cannot help me. I have to carry these things." Ibn Abbas said, "Ya Khalifa, I'm here to help you." He basically admonished him, saying, "No, you are helping me here in this world, but how are you going to help me in the judgment day? So for that, let me do, because the burden, it's on my neck. This is a responsibility." Okay. Umar carried it on his back, reached to that lady's house. He saw that the fire was almost turned off. So Khalifa went down, put the fire back on, and started preparing everything. Then he cooked. And the lady said, "Inshallah, Allah gives you the position of Umar radiallahu anhu." Right? She's making a prayer for him. Umar said, "Oh lady, tomorrow come to where the Khalifa is living. I'm going to take you to the Khalifa. You have to say that your complaint to the Khalifa and he has to do something about it. Because if you didn't complain to Khalifa, then you don't have too much rights in the judgment day too. So you have to go and complain to him. I'm going to be the witness." Right? The lady said, "Okay." Khalifa left her. Ibn Abbas was shocked with the incident, and right away he started thinking, what are we going to do with this matter? There's so much work to do, and we are all involved in this. We cannot leave everything to the Khalifa. Next day, the lady come. They brought her to Umar. She realized that this was the same person who visited her the previous night. She said, "So you are the Khalifa?" Umar said, "Yes." She said, "So why did you sit on the chair if you're not going to be able to carry it?" Khalifa said, "Yes, you've taught me the lesson. From now on, I'm going to be better. Now, do you forgive the Khalifa Umar?" Okay, so basically he's asking her for forgiveness. Now, you are going to come here every week. What you need for your home, they are going to carry it to your house. And I'm making sure that from now on, every time when people go to war, their names has to be written, their name has to be registered, who died, who's wounded, and we have to take care of those people. Okay. Now, some ignorant and arrogant, they are fighting back and forth all the time, saying this is bid'ah, this is bid'ah. Okay, anyway, that's another matter completely. But you understand, this is what we see the Khilafah as. Do you understand, Nate?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
The idea of Khilafah, do you see, this is the personal responsibility that every Khalifa has on his society. He's going to be responsible for every individual in the society. The food was, it wasn't just like right now. Food was a human right, as you like to call it. Right? It was the right of this woman that she should be actually fed. Her kids should be fed. Who's taking responsibility for it? Our Khalifa. Like, this is like telling Donald Trump, if a woman is lives on a street in one of the remote, where does he live? Washington DC, in a remote corner of Washington DC, right? And she's hungry, and her kids are hungry. Donald Trump, can you even picture Donald Trump actually taking the sack of food on his back and giving it to her?
No, he wouldn't give a crap.
Yeah, he wouldn't give a crap. But I mean, even in a in a very large society, the leader isn't able to do that for every single person. We get that, but the level of responsibility in the larger society doesn't go away. So the leader would have to put in place this whole hierarchy of people and as many systems as they can reasonably do to make sure all this stuff is tracked and looked after and so on. Now, what's really interesting to me here is that if you look at the history, this kind of social care, if you like, evolved or came about in the Western societies because otherwise there was going to be revolts, right? They had to sort of take care of a certain amount of mass deaths and starvations, lead to revolts and stuff like that. So they had to kind of cool the temperature on those forces, and that's how they ended up doing this kind of stuff, rather than being a system of rights and obligations on the leader, because they try and go the other way. And one last thing to note on this is that, he's one of the heroes of Islam, right? And this is the kind of actions and behaviors that, Islam lionizes, that we, view as being, the heroes of it. Now, if you look at, many other cultures, many other sort of systems, they're heroes, not necessarily the same kind of behaviors and things. I mean, who would you pick from the let's say the main characters of the development of humanism, and look at the stories from their lives and look at their actions and behaviors like this, and find the analogies.
Like, Nate, here's a simple question: would you prefer this type of a person as your leader, or would you prefer anyone in the modern world who's a leader for you right now?
No, I would definitely prefer somebody who had empathy and was listening to the plight.
Again, don't avoid it. Would you prefer this person as a leader? Would you prefer Umar radiallahu anhu, if he was alive today, and this is his character, would you prefer him as your leader, or would you prefer anyone in the modern world as your leader?
So I don't know everything about his life. Okay, I don't know what he did in war and how he treated his other prisoners. You're giving me one anecdotal story about him. Okay, so I can't judge an entire person's character, an entire person's interaction.
We'll teach you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Off
But
one-
I think
one
that's also an
story, you understand?
invitation to explain more. Yeah.
But if that story was a reflection on his entire character, okay, sure, I agree.
It is.
But you're giving me a very
Yeah, sure.
small-
No, I think I would disagree with you, Faisal. I don't think it reflects his entire character. I think his entire character is even more impressive
Better.
when you see
Yeah,
more of the
exactly.
stories. It is incredible, and that wasn't even Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam himself. But yeah, I think it is interesting to go through these things in more detail, another time, because it does sort of make you think about the, let's say they didn't have anything like the resources that a lot of modern leaders do. The things modern leaders could do to run their systems and to run their societies, there's a lot of options not taken, and the justifications tend to be based on a concept of fairness or morality, which is rooted in the the United Nations system and the fundamental sort of role that finances and profit makes in moral decisions and stuff like that in this modern world. So there's anyway, we can end up going all night, but I recognize you already said A, that it's late, and B, that you didn't want to go on as long.
Yeah, I wanted to go to sleep like more than an hour
I know.
ago. But the conversation, honestly,
I can share with you, honestly.
You should get yourself a little flag, and then you can just sort of raise the flag when you want to start waving it.
I'm trying to look for a flag around here.
I can share with you so much. This is like, so when when we talk about the Khilafah, right? This is the kind of Khilafah that we're actually talking about, and it's not that this hasn't happened. We're not talking about an utopia that is unachievable. It has been achieved in history, right? It has been achieved by the Muslim society in history. And just by that very fact, right, that it has been achieved by one society, do you think that gives us credence to basically argue that, yes, we have something to give you guys, which you don't even know is out there? Are you not interested in this individual? Just by the fact that I gave you an anecdote from his life, and I'm saying, yes, this is the kind of person he is. Maybe you can read more about him, read more about Abu Bakr, read more about.
I got a whole bunch of tabs open already on all the guys that you've mentioned. Don't worry, I read and look up every single story that you guys mentioned. So, I do my homework, right?
Yeah, that's good. I think what would be interesting to bear in mind as you do the homework is to also think then about Europe, not even just at the time, but even later, whether it be Europe at the time or Europe later, particularly after Rome fell and before, or even up to the Enlightenment period, even through colonialism, and try and see if there's any parallel behaviors in those kind of leaders, and think about the various belief systems that they held and what drove them. It's interesting to bear that in mind.
Yeah. So just a thought when you were bringing up that story, just very quickly. I watch a lot of. There's a channel called Mormon Stories. It's basically people coming out of Mormonism, and so one thing about Mormonism is it's very high demand religion, and they've got like deacons or whatever, kind of like a leader of the church or a local community, and a lot of people bring their grievances to these people and tell them very personal stuff, to be a listening ear and whatever. But for some of these guys, it drains them. It takes so much time out of their family life, And eventually they just end up leaving because they can't handle it. Some stories are so tragic, but also it just sucks up all of their time. And so you have to have a certain type of person to be this type of caliph who's willing to hear all of these stories. But as you said, Islam, the bigger the group is. I mean, I'm a leader, okay, and I can tell you I can only deal with a maximum of 8 developers. Like, my limit is 8. I can't deal with more developers than that because it becomes too much. My ideal range is about 4 developers, okay? And because then
you have more than 12 direct reports, they're not real direct reports anyway. You end up in a mess.
Yeah.
And unless they're not individuals, unless they're all working according to some trackable system.
And subhanAllah, this is so amazing. This thing that you're pointing out, Nate. The Prophet, peace be upon him, knew each and every one of his companions individually. He would understand them and their problems individually, and he would deal with them individually. Like, this is.
I mean, I can see. I know, like. He's a great leader because leader is going to listen to his people. He's going to understand the people, his subordinates. You know, he's going to.
And that's the kind of leadership he taught. Which, so here's the thing: the more you learn about the Prophet, right, you would realize that this person cannot be just a random individual in history. Right? There's a reason why, like, he's considered the greatest human being ever in history. And because of his achievements in every field that he was in. As a religious leader, yes, he was the greatest religious leader. Plus, he was the greatest military leader. He didn't lose battles, except the one that he lost was because they disobeyed him. So his strategy, he was amazing, right? When it comes to this idea of his statesmanship, right, he was the best statesman out there, right? He enacted laws and enacted rules which are the best and most humane way of dealing with different situations, all right? And no matter which scale you weigh him on, his guidance was paramount. Okay, and this is all coming from the divine. That's the reason why we believe it's coming from the divine, because he himself never claimed. This individual who's achieving all of this, he himself is never claiming that these are his own achievements. He's claiming this is all from divine inspiration. This is all from divine guidance, right? So it is telling.
Yeah, there's exceptional leadership, and then there's.
I'm looking for a flag.
All right. Okay.
Go on.
I just want to come to the last topic very quickly, and I hope you guys will.
You said the last question before.
This is a parting comment. Okay, this is my parting statement almost, and I hope that you guys will humor me. So there are many comments about me coming on the stream, some negative, and sometimes. I'll read this one, but he's happy to sit here and waffle his opinion, criticizing us yet offering nothing. I just want to ask you guys.
Who said that?
I come here and I think that I give you, I listen to you guys, and I hope that I don't waffle too long. I hope that I interject, hopefully at the right time. I know that we all have our differences of opinion.
Nate, you cannot please everyone, my friend. You cannot please everyone, okay? You've been respectful. You've had your disagreements. We've had those disagreements in a good way, right? You're someone we're welcoming because of how you don't come here to just criticize or anything. It's fine that you have your opinions and your dogma, right? But what we're trying to tell you is that there's actually a better way. There's actually a way that you can improve yourself, right? And it's a discussion, fine. Everybody has their journey. You're not gonna, even 3 years, for some people it takes tens of decades. Right. So for some of the brothers and sisters in the chat, I mean, I would say just tone down on the rhetoric. It doesn't help, right? Everybody has their journey. Give them the opportunity to hear the message, give them the opportunity to internalize the message, right? So just hold off on that. It doesn't help. Like Nate is showing, right? It doesn't help that you're saying all of this about him. It's a reflection of Islam where we are welcoming. Islam itself is welcoming. These same people, by the way, right? They're gonna come to you and become your sort of your biggest supporters if you become a Muslim, right? So there's I'll be honest with you, Nate. In this modern society, in this modern world, right, you would actually find that Muslims have been othered, right? If there's a boogeyman that you want to scare someone off, you point to the Muslim. Oh, that's a Muslim, so that's the boogeyman. Be afraid of him, right? It does affect how we also view the other side of things, right? Because why are we being othered? Why are we being shown as we're just normal people with normal requirements? We have kids like you have kids. We have parents like you have parents. We're in the society. We want to earn. We want to live. We want to have dignity. But we're being denied that in this modern society, especially out in the West, especially even in the East where we live. We're being denied that.
This doesn't justify people taking out those feelings on.
It does not, but it does. I know, specifically, no, it does not at all. I'm not saying it justifies, but there's this sort of
it explains. I think it explains why
frustration.
Yeah, so let me try and approach this in a maybe shorter way so you can get away quicker. Essentially, yes, there is frustration, and it's not fair that some of it comes through to you. I think some of it is not even necessarily directed at you or intentionally directed at you. I'm looking through the comments, and most of them I don't think have been negative or particularly negative about you, but some of them I can see expressed in a way. And again, some of these people only have English as a second language, and so they might not realize they said something in a harsh way where they could have said it in a softer way or a nicer way, or you know, without the harsh edges that seem to be implied. And yeah, I think in general the mods have done a good job. Maybe we can talk with them and see if there's improvements being made. I'll have to go through the comments, but I would discourage anyone from making negative comments about you and the way you've conducted yourself. Someone spoke about having a bucket on your head. I think that's a very mean way of saying something regarding. I think, you know, this was regarding, you know, saying that the Islamic system can't really work, and we're saying, well, there are actual examples of where it can work and so on. You know, there's a much more nuanced, accurate and useful way of talking about that stuff than to say have a bucket on the head. So I disagree with that. But you know, I given the nature of YouTube chats on lives, this seems to be one of the tamest I've ever seen. You know, like normally you have a whole bunch of people like just ripping nasty stuff, and you know, half of it's just nonsense. So I don't know. Yeah, anyone who has besmirched you, I don't think that's fair. I think it's probably not intentional. I think in general the chat seems okay, but you know, we will take your feedback on board.
Okay.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Nate, this journey, you're at least hopefully today we sort of shifted from just the logical aspect of it to more nuanced discussion, right? This is really what Islam is. What are we offering you? We're offering you this legacy. We're offering you this way of life which is better. I mean, the fact that you're admitting that this is utopia, right? That to me is sort of a capitulation that yes, this is probably better than what I thought is possible, right? Now, can you achieve it practically? And that's your question. And we're telling you, yes, it is achievable in this lifetime as well, right? Or if we're able to establish that type of society. Because see, one of the big things about the clash of civilization as it's been put together, although I don't agree with how it's been put there, but it is a huge clash of economic in terms of economics, right? It's a huge clash of civilization, as you want to put it. The fact that a capitalist society is a very invasive society where you would see that it's exploitative, that certain parts of the world are not allowed to be under open regulation or self-regulation. They're being forced to maintain a particular status quo, which benefits another part of the world, right? Why is the first world still the first world and the third world the third world? Right? We know the dynamics of that. Now, in an Islamic society, that's something which would be turned around. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be appreciated. It's not going to be allowed to happen, right? So this
The
is
Islamic utopia.
Inshallah. Inshallah. But it's not. Because
right?
utopia carries the meaning of impossible.
Unachievable. Yeah.
Unachievable. And something, now, it being done perfectly is not achievable in this life, but it is achievable in the next life. But we can still,
You can always aim high. You know, I mean,
Right.
you can aim there.
strive for perfection, attain excellence. But I don't think it's something that's unrealistic. And I think the thing is, we have proof that this works. The Western system, certainly the post-1960 system, has proof that it will get worse and full chaos and rely on warfare. It doesn't have any proof that it can work. So if you want to work on the basis of proof, that's a good point to consider. But with that,
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Guys,
Okay.
It's been awesome. I think that for me, the topics have been diverse. We haven't always stayed on the same topics each time I've come on. I came on when I thought that I had something valuable to comment. You guys have a stream that invites atheists and to come with an atheistic perspective. So I hope that I've given that at least. I try to be as fair and open to your interpretations and always steel man your position. I hope, I always want to be able to steel man your position to make sure that I have your position accurate.
Here's the apology for you, Nate.
Oh, thanks.
All
Okay, I accept.
Okay, good. All right,
Thank
thanks
you very much.
Nate, so much, because you also give us the opportunity to have these sort of deeper discussions, right? We wouldn't have had this opportunity had these sort of been just once or twice that you've been able to come. Like the fact that we've had all of those discussions to discuss your background, to discuss how you arrived at where you are, right, allows us to basically take these next steps, which we haven't done with others. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thanks so much, guys. Bye.
all right,
Peace.
God bless.
You too.
Okay. Curious Muslim brother, you were here. How are you doing? Still with us?
Fine.
I know.
I'm kind of living.
Okay, so brother Sam, I know it's pretty late where you are. I don't think we can continue on that particular video that we were looking at, right? It is an interesting one. Your God is
I
imaginary.
don't think we can continue. What do you mean? I
We
mean,
cannot
not have time.
continue.
Yeah.
Do you
not?
do you want to continue?
No, I think for now we'll bring it to a close. But we can pick it up,
The next time,
next
yes.
week, or we can, there was that other one as well where someone was trying to use Cantor's power sets to disprove, omniscience or whatever. So yeah, there's a few things to go on.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, I don't know. I would like to find some way to sort of get my response to his video in front of his audience or him, and and get a response, because it's we'll see.
Okay, yeah, that will be interesting as well. We can
I might want to clip it as a video and title it in a way that him or his followers might find it more easily.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Even with the second individual, right? What I found is the way he was approaching his guests in how he was asking the question. He was putting them on the spot, and every time he was put on the spot, right? He basically cried wolf. That what are you doing? Why are you pigeoning me into this little box and forcing me to give a yes or no answer? But he was doing exactly the same thing. So
yeah, I think we'll have to show the video to talk about him though, because I mean,
yeah,
that one. There's a whole host of problems, but I think the logic is some of the funniest to go through. Because his argument against omniscience is actually a general argument against any power set that based on the natural numbers. It was quite funny in a way. It's a classic case of someone using a bunch of concepts that are convenient, or what I call it is a box of facts that would be convenient if only they were true. And sort of just
all right,
starts from that.
so with that, let's talk about our last thoughts for the day. Brother Curious Muslim, do you want to add anything to the video that we showed, or anything else that was discussed today?
No.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Next time I'll pay more attention. But I've said it a lot of times now.
No worries. No worries. So one thing I want to make sure everybody knows that if you go to rihatularab.com and you use the discount code DOTS15, right, you'll get 15% off. And obviously, Rihatul Arab is Brother Yamani's products. The fragrances over there, they're quite fantastic. Please have a look. And here is the, you can see at the bottom of the screen, the website, the URL for the website, Rihatul Arab, REHATULARAB, rihatularab.com, right? So have a look. If you're looking for fragrances, definitely some of the best that we have. Now, with that, I would say, Brother Islam, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think I've added plenty. I thought it was quite funny actually, and talking to Nate, that I had in my head that we were going to, because I thought a lot about our prior conversations and stuff, and in my head I was thinking it'd be really good to tackle the notion of truth and how that relates to consistency and this kind of stuff. And I thought we would have to get a lot of those kind of foundations more nailed down before we could have more of the kind of conversations that we had this time regarding, alternative, basically other possible worlds, how things could be, and, the proof that they're possible and all that sort of stuff. But alhamdulillah, we didn't have to go through that stuff to engage in those conversations. But I do think that's something we could go back to later, because again, like I love the fact that he was incredulous about it working, because I know that when he does the historical research, it's going to be like, if he applies the same standard history to that as anything else we know in history, he'll be amazed. But like, wow, yeah, okay, and seeing how it works is like seeing a practical example of something theoretical. So I like that as well, but it'll be interesting to see what comes back after he's done his research, because also bear in mind, if you go and search up a lot of this stuff, there will be tons of propaganda. There's so much anti-Muslim propaganda been generated for the last 1200 years that or more in a lot of this stuff, that a lot of what passes as secular historian work is actually propaganda stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what he finds, and then I suspect that he'll find quite a mixed picture that we can then go and look at. Okay, well, here's the Islamic standards for history and sources, and here's how we look at what we believe happened and didn't happen, and then these are the other standards, the secular standards. So I think it will come back to how do you determine what's true and what's not. Again, sort of come full circle there. But it'll be interesting.
To me, it was really telling. It sort of, I saw a crack in the armor, so to speak, right, when we brought these up, because these are definitely for him to commit to basically give into the idea that this is utopian, means that he's accepted that this is better than what he currently holds on to.
Well, I'd be careful. I mean, first of all, the language of crack in the armor and give in, because it's not quite like that. It's more like it's accepting that it would be an ideal, that it would be lovely if things work out that way. But he's got questions as to whether or not that works with human nature at large on scale. And that's the thing where there's a theoretical discussion, but then there's the actual, tests that happen more or less, although obviously no perfect test of it. And so that's, I think, what will be interesting, because it will come back to this, what is human nature? And I think that's going to be very important to go over the fitra, and make sure we really understand this, because I think for me, a lot of naturalism relies on taking for granted a lot of God's gifts. I mean, the matter and the order by which it works being one of those gifts, let alone your body and everything else. Let alone things like, the goodness that's in humans and so on, is this, the immutable fitra element. So I think, with that stuff, it'll be, I think it'll help connect the dots as to, because without understanding that, I think, everything good can be put down to, hard work and good human nature and other kind of stuff. And you can just, the more you recognize these various things, they can ultimately then be turned into things that get taken for granted rather than things that are gifts from God. And then it doesn't, help understand that these are all gifts from God. And there's always the perspective where it's not. And it's almost like, I feel like it's almost doing him a disservice if it makes it too easy for him to be, counting gifts from God as being something other than that. Wouldn't be good for him, from a judgment day perspective, from a health of the soul perspective. So you think about how to approach and talk about that stuff.
Let's actually, can you stay like 10-15 minutes after after we end? And I think that with that, I would say just a final reminder for everyone: make dua for our brothers and sisters. This is like it's going from bad to worse, and like I don't know where the situation is gonna end in what's happening, but do not forget our brothers and sisters in all parts of the world. This is it's very telling that there are talks of wars happening. You should do whatever is possible and whatever is within your control to try and influence your politicians, influence the people around you. Whatever you can, if you can take part in legal and peaceful ways of protesting against these type of rhetoric, against these type of policies and actions, please do whatever you can and make dua for our brothers and sisters who are going through some really tough time. Right. With that, I would say assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.